Chapter 37:19. Du Qianjun led the people around him through the long and narrow cave passageway and appeared in a spacious sealed hall. There was a human-shaped statue in the hall. Everything was exactly the same as the place Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were at. The two were almost identical. In the beginning, Du Qianjun also tried to use his divine consciousness to spy on the statue. As expected, he was blocked outside. Then, Du Qianjun also wanted to use his divine power to attack the statue. However, he hesitated for a long time before he made his move. He carefully extended his divine power and hit the statue. However, the statue did not move at all. However, his divine power attack was completely blocked. What should I do now? Do I have to turn back? Du Qianjun continued to activate his divine power and joined forces with the middle-aged man beside him to attack the statue with all their might. However, they still could not do anything to the statue. However, when he brought the middle-aged man back to the cave passageway, he realized that the passageway was blocked after taking a few steps. It was as though the passageway had been blocked since the beginning. It seems like there's no way to turn back. Under such circumstances, Du Qianjun could only bring the middle-aged man back to the spacious hall. He stared blankly at the motionless, human-shaped statue before he started to look for clues. Whoosh! Whoosh! Now, as the human-shaped statue moved on its own as though it was alive, Du Qianjun and the people around him were shocked. The statue, an inanimate object, had actually come to life. The same path, the same place, the same method of opening. However, you're one step slower than me. I can only say that you're not fated to meet me. However, since you're able to come here, I can't let you leave just like that. At the very least, out of courtesy, I should introduce myself. My name is Qin Wu. I'm a rogue cultivator who came from afar to Tunglung province. I joined some forces in the past. After that, the human-shaped statue said the same thing as it said to Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. In the end, it said, "In my life, I'll stop at the level of a lower emperor god." As soon as the human-shaped statue said that Du Qianjun was not fated to be with him, the expressions of Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him changed. This was because they also heard that they had missed the opening of the divine treasury. Evidently, the divine treasury they had entered was a divine treasury that needed to be opened a second time. Furthermore, there were two paths to take. The path they took was one of those paths. But now, the person who took the other path had opened the divine treasures ahead of time, causing them to lose the opportunity to open the divine treasures. Now I'll send you out. As the humanoid statue spoke, the long sword in his hand trembled and pointed at the void. It seemed to be a casual gesture, but it caused a black vortex to appear in the void and sweep toward Du Qianjun and Jian Wushuang. No, if I don't open the divine treasure, I won't go out. Du Qianjun was unwilling to accept this and wanted to dodge. However, before he could dodge, the ridiculously fast black vortex had already swept him and the middle-aged man beside him into it. It directly sent them out of the divine treasury, causing them to appear outside the door of the divine dwelling. At this very moment, the door to the divine residence had already closed. The 5 keys that were inserted into the door, as well as the 5 keyholes, were no longer there. Damn it! After Du Qianjun regained his senses, he wanted to open the divine dwelling again, but no matter how he struggled, the door of the divine dwelling remained tightly shut, and there were no signs of it opening. For a moment, Du Qianjun's expression was very ugly. In the end, when he realized that he had really missed the divine treasury in front of him, Du Qianjun gradually calmed down, and at the same time his thoughts became clear. That human-shaped statue is obviously the person who left this divine treasury behind. Based on what he said, he should be a lower god emperor. Thinking of this, Du Qianjun felt a pang of pain. It was really a divine treasury left behind by a god emperor expert. But now he had been sent out, and he did not even get a single strand of hair. In addition, he said that someone opened the divine, dwelling divine treasury inside before us. Du Qianjuan's eyes flashed. Is it young Master Han and the others? In Du Qianjuan's opinion, he did not meet the hidden fog sect disciple Wu Yishan and the other person on the path he chose. It was clear that Wu Yishan and the other person were on another path, and that path was the one he chose for Chu Han and the others to take. If the path was the same, Chu Han and the others would meet Wu Yishan and the other person sooner or later. If the four of them met, the result was self-evident. Wu Yishan and the other person would definitely be killed by Chu Han and the other person. It seems that the divine dwelling divine treasury was opened by young Master Han and the others. Du Qianjun sighed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Then he subconsciously extended his divine sense into his storage ring, and for some reason he looked at the soul bead that Chu Han had given him when they exchanged soul beads. However, his expression froze when he saw what was in front of him. How is this possible? At this moment, the soul bead that he was looking at was no longer there. More accurately, the complete soul bead was no longer there. What replaced it was a pile of soul bead fragments. The soul bead had shattered. Du Qianjun was well aware of what the shattering of the soul bead meant. Young Master Han is dead? What's going on? Du Qianjun couldn't figure out why Chu Han would die, no matter how hard he racked his brains. That Wu Yishan duo definitely couldn't be young Master Han's match. Could it be that after the opening of the divine treasure trove, that person beside young Master Han launched a sneak attack on young Master Han and killed him? That person is young Master Han's junior brother, surnamed Chen. Thinking of this, Du Qianjuan's eyes narrowed, and his expression became stern. If young Master Han obtained all the treasures in the divine, dwelling divine treasury, then so be it. No matter what, he is still my martial uncle. But if that brat surnamed Chen sneakily killed young Master Han and obtained those treasures, I will not let him have an easy time. I have to go out and tell grandfather about this. Of course, because of the heart demon blood oath, I cannot tell grandfather about this divine, dwelling divine treasury. However, I can fabricate some background and say that the brat surnamed Chen killed young Master Han. In that case, even if that brat surnamed Chen returns to the Tianlong clan, he will not have a good ending. Du Qianjun said goodbye to the middle-aged man beside him. Then, the two of them left the independent realm where the divine palace and divine treasure were located through the void gate and returned to the mystic Handle Land in the realm of gods. After returning to the profound Handle Land, he took out the Divine King grade flying ship, activated the speed comparable to a high Divine King, and headed in the direction of the 1,000 Demon Sect. At the same time, he did not forget to send a message to his grandfather. Grandfather, your senior brother's disciple, Chu Han, has died. Following Du Qianjuan's message, his grandfather, the 1,000 Demon Sect's Grand Elder Dujan, also quickly responded. What nonsense are you talking about? This kind of thing cannot be said carelessly. If your martial granduncle knows that you said this, he will not be happy. When Dujan sent a message to Du Qianjun, his tone was reprimanding, but more than that, it was still concern. Also, you brat, you actually snuck out again? Where are you? Hurry up and come back. Grandfather. Du Qianjun replied with a bitter smile. As I have made a heart demon blood oath, it is not convenient for me to say where I am exactly. However, I did meet Chu Han and exchange soul orbs with him. Now his soul orb has shattered. When Du Qianjun said this, Du Zhan was silent for a long time before he asked, You have never met him, so how do you know him? After he found out from me that I was a disciple of the 10,000 Demon Sect. He guessed my identity from the similarity between my appearance and yours when you were young. He said that there was a portrait of you when you were young in Marshall, granduncle's room. It was vivid and lifelike, no different from a real person. Du Qianjun said, Wait, this time, Du Zhan could not remain calm. Du Zhan, who was in the 1,000 Demon Sect's estate, was filled with anxiety even though he had already become a medium divine emperor. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and sent a message to his senior brother, who was also Chu Han's master. "Senior brother, did something happen to Chu Han?" Du Zhan asked. "Junior brother, you know about it too?" Almost as soon as Du Zhan sent the message, a reply came. "Yes, my disciple, Chu Han, has died. Right now, I'm investigating the cause of his death. I'll look for you when I'm done." "Senior brother," Du Zhan had a bitter smile on his face. Although his senior brother's tone was calm, he was still able to detect traces of oppression from his senior brother's calm tone. "Let's not tell senior brother about what Qianjun said. After all, we can't be sure if it's true. We'll talk about it when that brat comes back." After the human-shaped statue opened the space tunnel, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered it in a timely manner. Then, both of them arrived at the lower divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine palace before he died. He left behind all his treasures in the divine palace's inner mansion. Based on what divine Emperor Qin Wu said, it seems like he even left the prominent gray divine weapon that gave birth to half of his soul in the divine palace. It seems like he's really planning to go through the next heavenly tribulation alone. Wu Feng said to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived at the inner mansion of the divine palace. He almost didn't make it through the previous heavenly tribulation. Maybe he hasn't recovered from his injuries, even after thousands of years. That's why he knows he can't make it through the next heavenly tribulation. Under such circumstances, it's useless no matter how much he prepares. If the prominent gray divine weapon gave birth to half of its soul, not only will it be destroyed, but the soul of the weapon that gave birth to half of its soul will also be destroyed, Duan Lingtian said. This was because he possessed a high-quality god artifact, and the god artifact possessed an artifact soul. As a result, he knew much more about this than ordinary people. His own divine weapon gave birth to a weapon soul. In the eyes of divine Emperor Qin Wu, who was lonely all his life, he must have treated the weapon soul as his own child. Duan Lingtian recalled divine Emperor Qin Wu's message earlier, when he mentioned the prominent gray divine weapon that gave birth to half of its soul. His tone became much gentler. It gave off a fatherly feeling. Chapter 3720. High-grade divine artifact. Wu Feng's eyes were burning with desire when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly looked at Duan Lingtian, and the desire in his eyes subsided a little. "Senior brother Wu Feng." Duan Lingtian noticed Wu Feng's gaze and said with a faint smile, "If we obtain divine Emperor Qin Wu's high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul, I'll give it to you." Junior brother Duan, Wu Feng was taken aback when he heard that. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the sincerity in Duan Lingtian's eyes, a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. This was because he had coveted the high-grade divine artifact earlier. However, junior brother Duan wanted to give the high-grade divine artifact to him as soon as he opened his mouth. "Junior brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this." Although Wu Feng really wanted the high-grade divine artifact, he felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity and completely dispelled the desire in his heart. "I think we should look at the contributions later. Whoever makes the greatest contribution will get the high-grade divine artifact. This is fair to both of us." Of course, although Wu Feng said that he had already given the high-grade divine artifact to Duan Lingtian in his heart. He knew his strength was not as good as Duan Lingtian. His performance would definitely not be as good as Duan Lingtian's. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to say anything else. Since I said I'll give the high-grade divine artifact to you, I'll give it to you. Even if I obtain it myself, I won't take it. However, I have a request when I give the high-grade divine artifact to you. That is, other than the high-grade divine artifact, I'll have the priority to choose the other items. What do you think?" Duan Lingtian asked. Junior brother Duan, of course. There's no problem with that. However, the wealth in Celestial Emperor Qin Wu's possession, even if all the other items were added together, I'm afraid it's still not comparable to the high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul. I can't take such a huge advantage of you. The more Duan Lingtian was giving in, the more Wu Feng felt guilty. He felt that his greed for the high-grade divine artifact was unforgivable. Senior brother Wu Feng, I won't take my words back. It's settled then. If you obtain the high-grade divine artifact, it's yours. I'll have priority to pick 3 items first. Duan Lingtians. Of course, if I don't obtain that high-quality god artifact, our agreement will be nullified as well. I will no longer have the right to choose the spoils first. Senior brother Wu Feng, I, Duan Lingtian, am a person with a temper like this. If it wasn't for you asking me to join this time, it would be impossible for me to appear here. Therefore, I definitely won't accept that high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although part of the reason he did not want the high-grade divine artifact was because he had another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, it was mostly because of Wu Feng that he was able to come to the god's estate and divine treasury left behind by a god emperor. Otherwise, even if he did not keep the high-grade divine artifact for his friends and family, he could still exchange it for other treasures outside. With the value of the high-grade divine artifact, he could exchange it for many rare treasures. In the end, the reason why he did this was because he had always hated owing people favors. In his opinion, as long as he gave the high-grade divine artifact to Wu Feng, he would be returning the favor. Seeing Duan Lingtian become serious, Wu Feng bitterly smiled and said, Junior apprentice, brother Duan, you don't need to think like that. The reason I told you the location of the God Emperor's divine treasury left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse and was willing to bring you here was mostly because I used 2 revival good fortune pills to exchange for your medium-grade divine artifact. Even if I didn't ask you to come with me, I would have found someone else, but the person I found might not be as strong as you. Speaking of which, the fact that you came with me is a blessing for me. Let's not talk about anything else. Just now, if it wasn't for you and another lower god king inner sect, disciple of our hidden fog sect came with me, we might not have been able to defeat Chu Han and Duan Lingtian. We might have been killed by them just now. As Wu Feng spoke, his expression was earnest and sincere. But this time, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wu Feng with a stubborn and firm gaze. Finally, Wu Feng compromised. He bitterly smiled and said, All right, I can do as you say. But I also want to add 2 more points. If you can do it, I will agree. If you can't do it, then I won't agree. As Wu Feng spoke, his tone was firm and resolute. Senior apprentice, brother Wu Feng, please speak. Duan Lingtian listened attentively. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, First, even if you and I aren't fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, you'll have the priority to choose 3 items from the harvest. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. That's not a problem. Although he spoke in a straightforward manner, he was actually thinking that the things he chose were things he could use and might not be the most precious. Even if he did as Wu Feng requested, it wouldn't cause too much of a loss to Wu Feng. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed to the first point, Wu Feng continued to say, Second, if you and I are fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, I'll take that high-grade divine artifact. However, I won't take any of the other items. They'll all belong to you. Senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wu Feng's second point. He could not help but smile wryly. You don't have to do this. Actually, there's so many items. I might not need all of them. How about this? I'll only take the items I need and leave the rest to you? Duan Lingtian asked. Even if you don't need them, you can still exchange them for other items you need outside. Wu Feng was unmoved. If you don't agree to the second point, I won't take that high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Wu Feng again. However, Wu Feng was unmoved. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. All right, I agree. If that's the case, then let's go. If I'm not wrong, as long as we step into the array formation ahead, the test left behind by Divine Emperor Qinwu will begin. And if we pass the corresponding test, we will be able to obtain the items left behind by Divine Emperor Qinwu. Although this was Wu Feng's first time entering the divine abode, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Wu Feng had seen similar records in some of the memory jade slips left behind by the Hidden Fog sect since ancient times. Now, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were in the divine abode's inner mansion. It was a grand hall with an open door. The surroundings were resplendent and luxurious, far surpassing the grand hall where Divine Emperor Qin Wu's statue was. There was an open door in the main hall. It was grand and imposing, and behind the open door there was a clearly visible array formation formed by the spiritual energy of the God Stone. The array formation was circular and had a diameter of over 10 meters. Traces of spiritual energy from the God Stone twined around it, like a group of snakes dancing. When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng walked side by side into the array formation suddenly trembled. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, the grand hall's door and the entire grand hall in front of them strangely sank. Not long after, it completely sank into the ground. Then, even the ground sank. The place where they landed turned into a barren land. I won't make things difficult for you. A familiar voice resonated in the air. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, both of them saw a humanoid silhouette suddenly appearing in the distant sky. The humanoid silhouette's appearance was no different from the humanoid statue they had seen earlier. Even the voice was the same. Obviously, this was an illusion left behind by Divine Emperor Qinwu, who left behind this divine abode. I'll let the array formation that I left behind automatically form a test for each of you by checking the number of people and cultivation level of all of you. As long as you're stronger than people of the same cultivation level, you'll be able to pass more tests. If you want to get the most precious thing that I left behind, the high-grade divine weapon that gave birth to half a soul, you'll have to pass all the tests. If everyone passes all the tests, then only the person who passes all the tests the fastest will be able to get the high-grade divine weapon that I left behind. However, it won't be easy to pass all the tests that I left behind. At least, in this era when I was alive in Tunglung province, there's absolutely no one who can do this. If any of you is an emperor god, just pretend that I didn't say anything above. The test formed by the array formation that I set up, even if it's the most difficult one, won't be difficult for an emperor god. After all, I'm only a lower emperor god. As Divine Emperor Qin Wu spoke, there was suddenly an invisible force that swept past Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng like a breeze. However, it gave the two of them a feeling that they had nowhere to hide, as though everything about them was seen through. There's a total of 2 people, a higher god and a lower god king. Good luck. After Divine Emperor Qin Wu said that, his phantom gradually disappeared in the void as though it had never appeared. Set the test based on the number of people and cultivation level. No matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, they were first stunned when they heard Divine Emperor Qin Wu's words. Then they came back to their senses and looked surprised. Junior brother Duan, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to pass through all the tests created by the formation left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. That superior grade divine weapon is already in your bag, Duan Lingtian said. Wu Feng was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect each of us to go through our own tests. This time, I'm really going to take advantage of you, junior brother Duan. With my ability, the rewards that I'll get will definitely be far less than yours. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother Wu Feng. Although Duan Lingtian was confident in his ability, He still didn't know how difficult the tests that divine Emperor Qin Wu left behind for higher gods were. Therefore, he didn't dare to make any guarantees in front of Wu Feng. Chapter 37:21. Junior Brother Duan, you just have to do your best. Regardless of whether you can pass all the tests and obtain the upper-grade divine weapon, I will not change my promise to you. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian seriously and said, Moreover, I will do my best to obtain the treasures that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind. Anything that could be left behind by an emperor god, no matter how ordinary it was, would definitely be a treasure to them. Senior Brother Wu Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. If you can't pass the tests, just think of a way to give up. Now, we don't know if the tests that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind will be life-threatening, Duan Lingtian said. When Wu Feng heard this, his face turned even more solemn. However, as an invisible force swept in from the surroundings and split into two forces between Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, they felt as though they were unable to break free. They knew that the tests were about to begin. Junior Brother Duan, if you can't do it, just give up. Wu Feng hastily reminded Duan Lingtian. You too. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, both of them disappeared completely. They were taken away by the invisible force. A lower celestial emperor was a lower celestial emperor after all. Even though he had been dead for many years, the power of the formation that he left behind was still something that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng could not resist. The force that enveloped them gave them the feeling that it was comparable to the strength of a lower celestial emperor. It might even be stronger than they had imagined. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered the Divine Mansion Divine Treasure and passed the test set by Emperor God Qin Wu, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him boarded the Divine King-grade spaceship and returned to the 1,000-demon sect at the speed of an upper celestial king. They had spent slightly more than a month on the journey. However, that was when the Divine King-grade spaceship was traveling at the speed of a lower celestial king. Now, with the speed of an upper celestial king, the efficiency of the Divine King-grade spaceship was at least 10 times faster than before. The journey that would have taken a month was completed in 3 days and 3 nights. Grandfather. After Du Qianjun returned to the 10,000 Devil Sect's encampment, the first thing he did was look for his grandfather, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil Sect, Du Zhan. Du Zhan was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Although his hair was completely white and even his eyebrows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. When he stood together with Du Qianjun, they looked more like father and son than grandfather and grandson. Du Zhan was dressed in blue and had a tall stature. It could be seen that Du Qianjun's appearance was inherited from him. In reality, Du Qianjun was more like him than Du Zhan's son and even his eldest grandson, Du Pejuan. It was precisely because of this that he especially doted on and spoiled this little grandson of his. Since a young age, he never allowed Du Qianjun to leave his side, and he wanted to personally protect Du Qianjun. Until the last time, when his little grandson sneaked out, he was extremely anxious. He even personally went to find the sect leader of the 1,000 Devils sect to settle the score. The sect leader of the 1,000 Devils sect also punished the elders and disciples of the 1,000 Devils sect, who were guarding the entrance and exit. You little brat, I just punished you the last time you came back. This time you actually dared to sneak out again. It seems like you didn't take the previous punishment to heart. Du Zhan glared at Du Qianjun angrily. However, the gentleness and doting in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. Du Qianjun, on the other hand, did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the angry Du Zhan. This was because he knew that his grandfather had a sharp tongue but a soft heart in front of him. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about this now. He looked at Du Zhan and said with a solemn expression, "Grandfather, Chu Han has really perished. Not long after the two of us separated, he perished and his Tao vanished. These are the soul orbs that he exchanged with me. Du Qianjun said as he took out a pile of soul orb fragments from his spatial ring. After I exchanged soul orbs with him, I even tried to communicate with him. I can confirm that there is no problem. What happened? Du Zhan's expression also became serious. He asked with a serious expression, Qianjun, you should know that this kind of thing is not a game, although that martial granduncle of yours and I are as close as brothers. It is also because of this that I, your grandfather, will definitely not play tricks on him. Du Qianjun shook his head. Grandfather, you should know that although I am usually a little mischievous, I will definitely not joke about serious matters. Grandfather, I have heard about the relationship between you and martial granduncle since I was young. Naturally, I know that this kind of thing cannot be said carelessly. Du Qianjun had a serious expression. When Du Zhan heard this, he also looked at Du Qianjun seriously. In the end, he said with a serious expression, Then tell me the ins and outs of this matter now. Do not miss a single detail. Martial granduncle. Du Qianjun looked at Du Zhan with a serious expression. The last time I sneaked out, I went to a city outside and accepted a mission with a group of people. After that, we discovered a ruin. Most of the people died, and in the end, only 6 people were left. Then the 6 of us agreed that each of us would bring a companion whose cultivation level could not exceed the lower divine king realm. 3 months later, we would explore that ruin together. At the same time, we swore a heart, demon blood oath that we would not tell a third person besides the companion we were looking for. At the same time, we had to let the companion join us after he swore a heart, demon blood oath that he would not tell anyone about this matter. This is also the reason why when you asked me where we were, I said that it was not convenient to tell you because of the heart, demon blood oath. Du Qianjun's words completely changed the background of this trip. At the same time, he did not plan to say where they were going. Naturally, this was to avoid the heart, demon blood oath. Although he was unwilling to be eliminated from the God Emperor's divine treasure, he did not forget the heart, demon blood oath he swore before. If he violated it, he would definitely die. Of the 6 people who survived that time, one of them was Chu Han. However, I did not know him at that time, and because there were too many people, he did not look at me carefully. He only felt that I was a little familiar. Of course, the main reason was that we used aliases at that time, so we did not think that each other was the person we knew. Until later, when we met again, he carefully looked at my face and found that I looked extremely similar to grandfather when you were young. Furthermore, my aliases were also surnamed Du, so he tried to sound me out and called me by my real name. It was also at that time that I found out that he was Chu Han, the youngest disciple under senior granduncle, and also the disciple that he doted on the most. When Du Qianjun said this, Du Zhan asked, What happened after that? Du Qianjun continued, After Chu Han and I acknowledged each other, he sent me a voice transmission and said that he wanted to join forces with me to annihilate the other 8 competitors. Everything that happened after that went very smoothly. We joined forces to annihilate 6 competitors, and the remaining 2 competitors were pursued by Chu Han and the red-clad young man he called Junior Brother Chen. Not long after, I discovered that Chu Han's soul bead had shattered. In addition, I didn't find anything in that ruin, so I hurried back to tell grandfather about this matter. I even greeted grandfather on the way back. As Du Qianjun spoke to hear, Du Zhan asked, How strong were the 2 people that Chu Han and that person were hunting down? Is it possible that Chu Han and that person were hunting them down but were instead killed by them? Du Zhan voiced his guess. Just as Du Zhan's voice fell, Du Qianjun shook his head and denied it. Impossible. Why? Du Zhan asked. Grandfather, those 2 people should be disciples of the hidden fog sect. One of them is called Wu Yishan, but I suspect that is his alias. This Wu Yishan is quite strong. His cultivation is similar to mine, and his comprehension of the laws and profound meanings is similar to mine. I only saw him take out a low-grade divine artifact. If he took out a medium-grade divine artifact, I would at most be able to fight him to a draw. If he had a medium-grade divine artifact with Chu Han's strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, according to what Chu Han said, the youth surnamed Qin is also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. His strength isn't much weaker than his. If the two of them join forces, that Hidden Fog sect disciple Wu Yishan won't be their match. Du Qianjuan's words were filled with confidence in Chu Han and that person. Doesn't that Hidden Fog sect disciple have a companion who is also a Hidden Fog sect disciple? Du Zhan frowned and asked. That person can be ignored. Du Qianjun said with disdain. He is just a higher deity. Normally, a lower god king can kill him like a dog, much less lower god kings like us. Higher deity. Du Zhan frowned. According to what I know, the Hidden Fog sect recently produced a higher deity core disciple. He once killed a lower god king inner sect disciple on the Hidden Fog sect's extreme martial arena. Moreover, that inner sect disciple was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. I've heard of this. Du Qianjun didn't care. Even if this is true, it can only be said that the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's disciple was careless and was killed by a sneak attack. Moreover, what is the name of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's disciple? I think his name is Tu Feng. If he didn't die at the hands of a higher deity, I wouldn't even know his name. He clearly can't be considered a genius in the Hidden Fog sect. He is just a mediocre person. In Du Qianjuan's opinion, he had heard of almost every outstanding inner sect disciple and core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. But he had never heard of Tu Feng. This meant that Tu Feng wasn't famous outside and couldn't be considered an outstanding disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Even so, we can't be careless. Otherwise, how could Chu Han have died? Du Zhan shook his head. He couldn't help but frown. He was clearly thinking of something. Grandfather, I suspect that the boy surnamed Chen by Chu Han's side was the one who killed him. Du Qianjun voiced his guess. Did Chu Han introduce the youth surnamed Qin to you? What is his full name? Du Zhan asked after hearing his grandson's guess. Chapter 37:22. Chen Helian. When Chu Han and Du Qianjun met, Chu Han had introduced the red-clad young man who was also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. Therefore, Chu Han knew the young man's name. I'll immediately contact your martial granduncle about this matter. I think your martial granduncle is currently furious and impatient because of this matter. After Du Zhan finished speaking, he sent a message to his senior brother in the Tianlong clan. Du Zhan's senior brother was also a disciple of the Thousand Devil sect in the past. Moreover, he was a proud son of heaven in the Thousand Devil sect. Before he even went to the Sky Dragon sect, he was already famous outside. Later, when he entered the Sky Dragon sect, although his performance was not as dazzling as before, he still became an inner sect elder of the Sky Dragon sect. It should be known that it was not easy to become an inner elder of the Tianlong clan. At the very least, one had to be a medium divine emperor. Du Zhan's senior brother was called Kuang Tianzheng. Like Du Zhan, he was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, he was not as tall and burly as Du Zhan. He was of medium height and seemed more reserved. Qin Helian. When Kuang Tian received a message from his junior brother, Du Zhan, who was far away in the Myriad Demon sect, he was a little surprised. He never thought that his junior brother would provide him with a lot of valuable information when he couldn't find any clues. Senior brother, although my grandson is naughty, he has a sense of propriety when it comes to important matters. I believe his words. After Du Zhan finished his message, he added another sentence to convince his senior brother Kuang Tianzheng. The reason for this superfluous action was because his senior brother had never personally interacted with his grandson. However, he had often complained about his grandson's naughtiness and unreliability in their daily communication. You're such a cautious person. Since you've personally sent a message, the news can't be wrong. Kwang Tianzheng replied with a smile. However, in the next instant, his voice suddenly changed. The clues I have found so far are that Chu Han left the Tianlong clan for the last time with Chen Helian. However, like Chu Han, Chen Helian has also perished. Furthermore, in terms of time, Chen Helian died before Chu Han. This is the result of my investigation, and the trail ends here. Now, the clues you gave me have unconsciously connected with the clues I found that were originally cut off. Kwang Tianzheng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Kwang Tianzheng's words, Du Zhan's expression naturally changed. Du Qianjun, who was in front of him, saw his expression and couldn't help but be startled. Grandfather, what's wrong? Du Zhan glanced at Du Qianjun. I just confirmed from your marshal, granduncle, that Chen Helian is also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. When Du Qianjun heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Chen Helian was also dead? This was completely different from what he had imagined and guessed. In his imagination, he guessed that after Chu Han and Chen Helian killed the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples, because of the uneven distribution of benefits, Chen Helian launched a sneak attack and killed Chu Han. Then he took everything for himself. But now his grandfather was telling him that Chen Helian was also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. What was going on? Could it be that after they killed the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples, they also encountered danger and died in that god ruin? Du Qianjun was aghast. However, upon hearing Du Qianjun's words, Du Zhan frowned. Then he asked Du Qianjun, "Do you know the name of the higher deity, realm Hidden Fog sect disciple, who was with the Hidden Fog sect disciple you mentioned?" He always felt that there was something strange about that higher deity. This was because not long ago he heard that an extremely monstrous higher deity had appeared in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, with a higher deity cultivation, this higher deity had passed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple test, becoming the first deity level core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. I don't know. Du Qianjun shook his head. I only heard Wu Yishan call him junior apprentice Brother Duan. His surname should be Duan. As for his specific name, Wu Yishan didn't mention it, and he didn't mention it. Grandfather, do you think he has the ability to cooperate with Wu Yishan to kill Chu Han and Chen Helian? That's impossible. He is just a small higher deity. I can kill him in a single move. As Du Qianjun spoke, his face was full of disdain. The Divine Spirit Stage Core Disciple that was recently born in the Hidden Fog sect is also the first Divine Spirit Stage Core Disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. His surname is Duan, and his name is Duan Ling Tian. Du Zhan looked at Du Qianjun and said that Duan Ling Tian is said to have comprehended the fusion of 2 profound meanings of the space laws. Moreover, because of his good luck, he grasped the elementary form of one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of weapons, the Tao of sword. This level of strength surpasses an ordinary lower god king. As Du Zhan spoke, Du Qianjun furrowed his eyebrows. Grandfather, you mean that youth surnamed Duan beside Wu Yishan might be the first Hidden Fog sect core disciple in 10,000 years to reach the divine spirit realm? It is possible. After all, they are both surnamed Duan. Du Zhan said. Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. Even if his strength is, as grandfather says, his strength is at most equal to mine. In this situation, even if he and Wu Yishan join forces, I fear they will barely be able to fight Chu Han and Wu Yishan to a draw. You have overlooked a problem, Du Zhan said in a low voice. Don't forget, even you looked down on him when you learned he was a higher deity. It is normal for Chu Han and that Chen Helian beside him to look down on him. If they underestimate their opponent, even if they attack, it is impossible for them to use their full strength if they aren't careful. It is possible that their opponent will seize the opportunity and kill them instead. Du Zhan had lived for many years. He naturally knew that sometimes in a life or death battle, strength wasn't everything. There were certain unstable factors. For instance, if the opponent's true strength was formidable and you didn't understand it, you would underestimate them and be defeated or even killed in the end. In his life, although he hadn't seen many such scenes, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen them before. Once, a careless person was defeated and killed by his opponent. And another time, although that careless person managed to react in time and didn't die, he was still defeated by his opponent. Thus, he was well aware that in a life or death battle, a moment of carelessness could cost one's life. Du Zhan's words caused Du Qianjun to fall silent. He carefully thought about it. If he was the one facing the youth surnamed Duan beside Wu Yishan, he would definitely underestimate his opponent and not take him seriously. If the other party also seized this opportunity and pretended to be weak before attacking with his full strength at the critical moment, it was very likely that he would also fall for it. When he thought of this, Du Qianjun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he muttered, "No wonder that Wu Yishan didn't bring a lower deity with him and instead brought a higher deity. So it is to make us lower our guard." Despicable. Du Qianjun cursed loudly. There is nothing despicable about it. Du Zhan shook his head. This can't be considered despicable. It is merely a strategy. If I were Wu Yishan, I wouldn't miss out on such a person that I could use. A higher deity and a lower deity with the same strength. The former is much more useful than the latter. Du Zhan's eyes flashed as he spoke. "Grandfather, do you mean that Wu Yishan and his companions killed Chu Han and Qin Helian?" Du Qianjun asked. "That is possible." Du Zhan nodded. "But that might not be the case. As long as no one saw it with their own eyes, no one would dare to say that Chu Han and Qin Helian died at their hands. Not to mention that their combined strength is only equal to Chu Han and Qin Helian. Even if they are stronger than Chu Han and Qin Helian, they might even be able to crush them. After all, you also said that it is a ruin in a ruin there are often killing arrays. They might have been killed by the killing arrays." Du Zhan said, "Grandfather, shouldn't you tell Grandmaster Martial Uncle about this? Chu Han is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's youngest disciple. You also said that he is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's most beloved disciple. Grandmaster Martial Uncle probably won't let his death go." Du Qianjun looked at Du Zhan. "I've already told your Grandmaster Martial Uncle." Du Zhan nodded. "Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle said that once he finishes his urgent matters, he will return to the Myriad Demon Sect. At that time, he will personally go to the Hidden Fog Sect to confirm whether or not those 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples also died in that ruin. If they die, then that's fine. They can be considered as accompanying Chu Han in death. If they don't die, then he will find a way to confirm whether or not those 2 people killed Chu Han. If they did, then neither of them will be able to escape." Du Zhan said, "Grandmaster Martial Uncle is coming back?" Du Qianjun's pupils shrank and he revealed a shocked expression. He never imagined that Grandmaster Martial Uncle would return to the Myriad Demon Sect for his disciple Chu Han. It had to be known that his Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned to the Myriad Demon Sect for a long time. At the very least, ever since he was born, that Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned. As for his grandfather, after he was born, he had gone to the Tianlong clan alone to look for that Grandmaster Martial Uncle to reminisce about the past several times. Du Zhan nodded. "Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle wants me to investigate the true identities of those 2 people in the Hidden Fog Sect ahead of time. After all, the Hidden Fog Sect disciple surnamed Duan Yu encountered might not necessarily be the new core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect, Duan Lingtian. As for that Wu Yishan, he might just be an alias. Come with me to the sect master's residence. Let the sect master investigate this matter." As Du Zhan spoke, he brought Du Qianjun away from his cultivation area and headed to the Myriad Demon Sect master's cultivation area. Not long after, the Myriad Demon Sect master gathered some people and issued a series of orders. The Myriad Demon Sect and the Hidden Fog Sect had been mortal enemies for many years. The myriad demon sect had placed many people in the hidden fog sect. Now, through these people, they could confirm the identities of the two hidden fog sect disciples that Du Qianjun encountered. Chapter 37:23. After 2 months, Long Shao finally left Monarch Descent City with regret and returned to the hidden fog sect. In these 2 months, he had mobilized all the forces he could mobilize in Monarch Descent City to search for the whereabouts of the new core disciple of the hidden fog sect, Duan Lingtian. He wanted to find Duan Lingtian and then kill him, but in the end he didn't find anything. Ever since Duan Lingtian exposed his identity on the streets of Monarch Descent City and publicly pursued the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuin, he had completely vanished from Monarch Descent City, as if he had never appeared. Long Shao patiently waited for a period of time. Finally, after confirming that there was no result, he returned to the hidden fog sect. Unless you never return to the sect for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I, Long Shao, will kill you. After returning to the hidden fog sect, Long Zhao's eyes flashed with ice-cold, killing intent. At the same time, he immediately confirmed whether or not Duan Lingtian had returned to the sect. After confirming that Duan Lingtian hadn't returned, he returned to his own cultivation area. This was also the cultivation area of his master, Elder Thunder. However, after returning, he couldn't help but look for Shangguan Xiongfeng. As for Shangguan Xiongfeng, he couldn't help but tease him. Long Shao, you went out this time and waited for so long in vain. Yet, you didn't find anything. It looks like that Duan Lingtian is quite smart. He smoothly avoided you. I didn't come looking for you to listen to your sarcastic remarks. Long Shao frowned. During the time I was gone, did that Duan Lingtian come back? He didn't. Shangguan Xiongfeng shook his head. If he did come back, I would have notified you as soon as I found out. Do you think I would help him? As Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke, his tone became a bit more playful. But recently there have been several inner sect disciples and a core disciple inquiring about Duan Lingtian. As for what their goal is, I don't know. Shangguan Xiongfeng said. What goal could they have? Long Shao sneered. They want to curry favor with that Duan Lingtian because he's young and has a higher deity cultivation and become a core disciple of the sect. If I spread the word that I will fight to the death with Duan Lingtian, even if they have some relationship with him, they will likely cut off all ties with him. Long Zhao's words were filled with arrogance and arrogance. Duan Lingtian probably won't not return to the sect, right? Shangguan Xiongfeng laughed. Last time, you scared him quite a bit. Moreover, he definitely knows that even if you take the risk of breaking the sect's rules and kill him, the sect will not punish you heavily for Elder Lei's sake. Wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed behind under such circumstances? Shangguan Xiongfeng voiced his guess. Zhao's Long Shao coldly snorted. If he doesn't return to the sect, I won't be able to find him and I won't be able to do anything to him. However, if he dares to return to the sect, I won't let him off. When Long Zhao's voice fell, there was only cold killing intent left in his eyes. In the divine treasury, left behind by the lower god emperor, Qin Wu, with a soft hu sound, a figure appeared in the inner part of the divine treasury. It was none other than the hidden fog sect's disciple Wu Feng. I was so close! After appearing, Wu Feng's face was filled with pity. However, after feeling pity, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. As expected of a celestial emperor, the things left behind by him, even if they are ordinary in his eyes, are rare treasures in my eyes. It's a pity that I almost succeeded. If I had succeeded, I would have obtained at least one more precious thing. As Wu Feng muttered to himself, he couldn't help but sigh. I passed through 7 stages and obtained the 9 treasures left behind by Emperor God Qin Wu. With junior brother Duan's ability, he might be able to pass through the stages and obtain the high-grade divine weapon left behind by Emperor God Qin Wu, which already has half a soul. Wu Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Although he had been eliminated, He believed that junior brother Duan would definitely be able to go further than him and obtain more treasures left behind by God Emperor Qinwu. However, suddenly, Wu Feng seemed to have thought of something, and his expression turned solemn. According to God Emperor Qin Wu's statue, Du Qianjun and Chu Han, who chose the other path, will be directly sent out. After they leave, even if they can't spread the news of the divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor because of the heart demon blood oath, they can still find an excuse to spread the news of Chu Han's death. According to junior brother Duan, Chu Han and Du Qianjun should have recognized each other after coming here. They most likely exchanged soul beads. If Chu Han died, Du Qianjun would definitely find out. As long as Du Qianjun tells his grandfather about Chu Han's death and tells his grandfather's senior brother, who is also Chu Han's master, I'm afraid junior brother Duan and my identity won't be hidden. The more he thought about it, the more solemn Wu Feng's expression became. In fact, it was as Wu Feng thought. At the 10,000 Demon sect, according to the clues given by Du Qianjun, the sect master of the 10,000 Demon sect personally asked. Before long, the identities of Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were more or less confirmed. Sect master, the Hidden Fog sect spies have sent back news. They said that the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple Duan Lingtian has already left the Hidden Fog sect and hasn't returned for several months. The last time he appeared was in Monarch, Descent City. Moreover, it is suspected that he was pursuing the number one beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuin. Within the 10,000 Demon Sect station, a person was reporting to the 10,000 Demon Sect's sect master. The 10,000 Demon Sect's sect master was a gentle and refined middle-aged man. He wore a clean white robe, and at this time, he was listening to the reports of several people in front of him. Sect master, I have investigated all the lower God King inner sect disciples, core disciples, and even outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect, but there is no one named Wu Yishan. However, several months ago, Duan Lingtian took out a medium-grade divine artifact in the Hidden Fog sect and exchanged it for 2 revival good fortune pills with an inner sect disciple named Wu Feng. That was how he met Wu Feng. As for Wu Feng, he is one of the few friends that Duan Lingtian made in the Hidden Fog sect and exchanged soul beads with him. Sect master, I have news from my side. Not only is Duan Lingtian not present, but Wu Feng is also not present in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, the time that Wu Feng left the Hidden Fog sect is, listening to the reports of several people, the 10,000 Demon sect master's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The time the Hidden Fog sect disciple Wu Feng left the Hidden Fog sect is right on time. It seems that this so-called Wu Yishan should be the alias of the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple Wu Feng. As for that youth surnamed Duan who has a higher god realm cultivation, the one that Wu Yishan calls junior apprentice brother Duan should be that Duan Lingtian who rose to fame in the Hidden Fog sect some time ago. After thinking of this, the 10,000 Demon sect's sect master had the several people in front of him withdraw. He personally went to look for one of the strongest, highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Dujan. Martial uncle, there is news. Soon after, the 10,000 Demon sect's sect master told Dujan what he knew. In terms of seniority, Dujan was his martial uncle. Listening to what you said, that Wu Yishan should be the Hidden Fog sect's Wu Feng. As for that youth surnamed Duan, he should be Duan Lingtian. Within the Hidden Fog sect, only Duan Lingtian has the ability to suppress an ordinary lower god king with a higher god realm cultivation. He is strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most outstanding lower god kings. Dujan nodded. Then he sent a message to his senior apprentice brother in the distant Tianlong clan, Quang Tianjin. Hidden Fog sect disciple, Duan Lingtian? Wu Feng? Quang Tianjin quickly responded. I will remember this once I finish some urgent matters. I will personally go and confirm it with them. It looks like senior apprentice brother has some urgent matters on hand. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have come already. Dujan thought to himself. However, Duzhan didn't have to wait for long. In a short half a month, Kuang Tianjin arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect. As soon as Kuang Tianjin arrived outside the Heavenly Demon Sect's encampment, a group of Heavenly Demon Sect high-level figures, led by the Heavenly Demon Sect's sect master, came forward to greet him. After they knew the approximate time Kuang Tianjin would arrive, they had been waiting here for 2 days and 1 night. Lan Qing welcomes Martial Uncle back to the sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect's sect master, Lan Qing, bowed towards Kuang Tianjin, his tone filled with incomparable respect. In terms of seniority, Kuang Tianjin was the same as Duzhan. They were both Lan Qing's martial uncle. Lan Qing's master was older than Kuang Tianjin and Duzhan. He had also entered the sect earlier than the two. Thus, even Kuang Tianjin and Duzhan had to address Lan Qing's master as senior apprentice brother in the past. However, Lan Qing's master had died many years ago because he couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation that came once every 1,000 years. Welcome, Elder Tianjin. Behind Lan Qing, a group of high-level figures of the Myriad Demon Sect also bowed towards Kuang Tianjin. Most of them had eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Many of them had grown up listening to Kuang Tianjin's stories. Towards Kuang Tianjin, they had a heartfelt worship. If Shui Haichuan was said to be a legendary figure in the Hidden Fog sect, then Kuang Tianjin was the same in the Myriad Demon Sect. Brat Lan Qing, I haven't seen you in so many years. You haven't changed at all. After Kuang Tianjin nodded towards the high-level figures of the Myriad Demon Sect, his gaze fell on Lan Qing and he faintly smiled. However, the smile on Kuang Tianjin's face seemed forced no matter how one looked at it. My condolences, martial uncle. Lan Qing sighed and comforted Kuang Tianjin. Last time, when his martial uncle Duzhan came to find him and asked him to send people to the Hidden Fog sect to inquire about news, he told him about the death of Kuang Tianjin's disciple, Chu Han. My condolences. Hearing Lan Qing's words, the high-level figures of the Myriad Demon Sect were stunned. They all looked towards Lan Qing, their eyes filled with confusion and confusion. What was going on? They had all heard that Kuang Tianjin was coming back, so they had all gathered together. As for why Kuang Tianjin had come back, they had no idea. Chapter 37:24. I'm going to see that brat Duzhan. Under everyone's gazes, Kuang Tianjin nodded at the 10,000 demon sect's sovereign Lan Qing. Then he turned into a gust of wind and left, vanishing before the eyes of the 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures. They weren't surprised that Kuang Tianjin called their Hidden Fog sect's highest elder, Duzhan, brat. This was because they all knew that Duzhan was Kuang Tianjin's junior apprentice brother. Duzhan was the junior apprentice brother that Kuang Tianjin had brought up. The two of them were as close as brothers. When Kuang Tianjin was still in the 10,000 demon sect, many people privately called him and Duzhan the twin heroes of righteousness. Even now, there were still many legends of the twin heroes of righteousness that circulated in the 10,000 demon sect. Sovereign, what is the matter? Sect leader, what's wrong? Otherwise, why would Elder Tianjin suddenly return? Sovereign, you just said to Elder Tianjin that you should mourn him. What is this all about? After Kuang Tianjin left, the 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures all looked at Lan Qing, asking questions. At this time, their hearts were filled with curiosity. Martial Uncle Tianjin's disciple, Chu Han, died an unnatural death. It is suspected that a Hidden Fog sect disciple killed him. This time, Martial Uncle Tianjin came from afar precisely for this matter. Lan Qing shook his head. After leaving behind these words, he turned and left. The 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures were left in a daze. It was a long time before they regained their composure. Elder Tianjin's disciple Chu Han, the youngest disciple under Elder Tianjin's tutelage? Chu Han, isn't that the last disciple that Elder Tianjin spoke of? It is said that Elder Tianjin valued this disciple, Chuhan, a lot, but Chuhan actually died? Moreover, it is suspected that he was killed by a Hidden Fog sect disciple? Does this mean that Elder Tianjin can help our 10,000 demon sect deal with the Hidden Fog sect? Don't think too much about it. Although Elder Tianjin is an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, there's no lack of people from the Hidden Fog sect within the Tianlong clan. They are now inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect also has Xue Haichuan. Although Xue Haichuan's current strength is inferior to Elder Tianjing's, his status within the Tianlong clan is no lower than Elder Tianjing's. I've also heard that the Hidden Fog sect's Xue Haichuan joined a great figure of the Tianlong clan, just as the upper echelons of the Thousand Devil sect were still discussing spiritedly outside the Thousand Devil sect's encampment. Kuang Tianjin, who had come from afar, had already seen Duzhan, senior apprentice brother. Even though they had been communicating, Duzhan couldn't help but feel excited when he saw Kuang Tianjin in person. This was because he hadn't seen this senior brother of his for many years. Junior apprentice brother. When Kuang Tianjin saw Duzhan, his eyes flashed with excitement. Then he hugged Duzhan and patted each other on the back several times before separating. Du Qianjun stood to the side, sizing up Kuang Tianjin. He had long heard of this Grand Marshal uncle and had even seen a portrait of him in his grandfather's room. It was just that he had never seen him in person. Now that he saw him, he was indeed no different from the person in the portrait. Qianjun, why haven't you come over to greet your Grand Marshal uncle? Moreover, ask for his forgiveness? With Duzhan's shout, Du Qianjun hurriedly stepped forward and knelt in front of Kuang Tianjin. Du Qianjun greets Grand Marshal Uncle Tianjin. Grand Marshal Uncle, I didn't take good care of Marshal Uncle Chuhan and caused him to suffer a calamity. Please punish me. This matter has nothing to do with you. What crime have you committed? When Kuang Tianjin looked at Du Qianjun, his gaze became much gentler. After all, this was the grandson of his junior brother, Duzhan, whom he regarded as his own younger brother. In his eyes, Du Qianjun was his own grandson as well. As Kuang Tianjin casually raised his hand, an invisible force forcefully pulled Du Qianjun up. After that, he looked at Du Qianjun with a kind and amiable expression. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've met Qianjun. This is the first time we've met, so I didn't prepare any gifts. This is a low-grade god artifact. It's a treasure I plundered outside the last time. It's already formed half a soul, so I'll give it to you. As Kuang Tianjin spoke, he withdrew a sword from his spatial ring and passed it to Du Qianjun. Although it was only a low-grade god artifact, it emitted 2 auras. Shockingly, one of them was the aura of a soul. A low-grade god artifact that has formed half a soul? Du Qianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. It should be known that a low-grade god artifact that had formed half a soul was extremely valuable. It was definitely not something an ordinary low-grade god artifact could compare to. Even a mediocre god artifact that had not formed an artifact soul could not compare to it. A god artifact that had formed an artifact soul, even if it was only a low-grade god artifact, had the possibility of evolving in the future. Moreover, even if it did not evolve, the power it displayed was far from what a mediocre god artifact that had not formed an artifact soul could compare to. In terms of value, a low-grade god artifact that had formed an artifact soul, even if it was only half a soul, was worth more than 5 mediocre god artifacts. If it was a low-grade god artifact that had completely formed an artifact soul, 10 mediocre god artifacts would not be worth as much as a single low-grade god artifact. The value of a god artifact that had formed an artifact soul was obvious. However, Du Qianjun did not extend his hand to take it. Instead, he looked at his grandfather carefully. At this moment, his grandfather, Duzhan, said to him with a smile, "Why aren't you thanking your senior granduncle?" He understood his senior apprentice brother better than anyone else. It was impossible for him to take back what he had given out. Moreover, with his relationship with his senior apprentice brother, there was no need for him to be polite. "Thank you, senior granduncle." Du Qianjun received the divine sword that Kuang Tianzheng passed to him as if he had received a priceless treasure. After Du Qianjun received the divine sword, Du Zhan had him withdraw. For a time, only Du Zhan and Kuang Tianjing remained. "Senior apprentice brother, my condolences." Du Zhan sighed. "What's the latest news? Have the Hidden Fog sect disciples Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian returned to the Hidden Fog sect?" Kuang Tianzheng went straight to the point. "No." Du Zhan shook his head. "Then did they die? There should be someone in the Hidden Fog sect who has their soul beads, right?" Kuang Tianzheng asked. "Wu Feng hasn't died yet." Du Zhan said, "There are some Hidden Fog sect disciples who have Wu Feng's soul bead. As for Duan Lingtian's soul bead, only a small number of people have it. Our 10,000 demon sect has planted spies in the Hidden Fog sect. Recently, they have been thinking of ways to contact those people without being detected and find out whether Duan Lingtian is alive or dead." Kuang Tianjing nodded. "For the next period of time, I will stay here with you. You and I can catch up on old times once the Hidden Fog sect receives news that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng have returned. I will go and look for them." As he spoke, Kuang Tianjing's eyes narrowed into slits when he mentioned Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. A faint cold light flashed in his eyes. "Senior apprentice brother, I have told you about Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng's strength. Even if they join forces, I fear they will only be able to fight evenly with Chu Han and the others. It will be difficult for them to kill Chu Han and the others." Du Zhan said, "Of course, there is also the possibility that Chu Han and the others were careless. But they might not have been the ones who killed them." Hearing Du Zhan's words, Kuang Tianzheng coldly smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Unless the two of them can prove that they didn't kill Chu Han. If they can't, then regardless of whether they killed Chu Han or not, they will undoubtedly die. There is no one in the Hidden Fog sect who can protect him. They entered the ruins together, and they actually came out alive. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for not dying in there with Chu Han and the others. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame their bad luck for entering the ruins with Chu Han." Listening to Kuang Tianjing's words, it was clear that he wanted Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng to be buried with Chu Han. Du Zhan inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. He said with some fear, "Senior apprentice brother, I know you are angry because of Chu Han's death, but you killed 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples without distinguishing right from wrong. Aren't you afraid that those from the Hidden Fog sect and the Tianlong clan will hold you accountable?" Kuang Tianjing casually said, "If they were present, I might have to give them face, but as long as I killed Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng before they sent me a message, it wouldn't be considered as not giving them face. After the matter is over, I will at most apologize to them verbally. I don't worry that they will shed all pretense of cordiality with me because of 2 junior disciples. Moreover, even if we shed all pretense of cordiality, so what? My second disciple is now together with the daughter of our Tianlong clan's vice sect master Shui. Moreover, they have already started discussing marriage. With vice sect master Shui by my side, I don't need to fear them." Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan's eyes brightened. He finally knew the source of his senior apprentice brother's confidence. "Congratulations, senior apprentice brother." Du Zhan repeatedly congratulated him. At the same time, he complained, "Senior apprentice brother, why did you only inform me of such a big matter now? This matter isn't just for you, but for our myriad demon sect as well. This is a joyous occasion." The Tianlong clan's vice sect master was a true core member of the Tianlong clan. Being associated with such a person would have a huge impact on the myriad demon sect. Kuang Tianzheng smiled faintly. "The main thing is that the youngsters nowadays like to change new people every 2 to 3 days. I'm not worried about my second disciple, but I'm afraid that Vice Sect Master Shue's only daughter will fall in love with someone else. It wasn't until recently that they decided to discuss marriage that the matter was settled. When the date is set, I will send you an invitation. At that time, you can also come and witness their wedding. When Kuang Tianjing spoke of this matter, the smile on his face was very bright. Speaking of which, the reason why I didn't rush over immediately was because of this matter. My disciples are about to get married, and as their master, I have to help take care of some trivial matters. Du Zhan suddenly understood. No wonder his senior apprentice brother didn't rush over immediately. It was because of this big matter. Chu Han's relationship with his second senior apprentice brother is also very good. His second senior apprentice brother already knows about this matter. Vice Sect Master Shue will be our backer in handling this matter. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were piercingly cold. Chapter 37:25. This is the high-grade divine artifact that divine Emperor Qin Wu mentioned. Inside the divine abode and divine treasure left behind by celestial Emperor Qin Wu, Duan Lingtian had to face the various tests set up by the formations that celestial Emperor Qin Wu had left behind. Duan Lingtian went through all the tests and successfully cleared the final test. As for the reward for the last stage, it was the high-quality divine weapon with half a soul that Emperor God Qin Wu had mentioned. It was a unique weapon. The reason why it was strange was because it was a blade without a hilt, only a blade. Moreover, it looked like half a blade, as if it had been forcibly pulled off from a blade. Its entire body was shrouded in green light, and it looked extremely sharp, as if it was indestructible. Most importantly, when Duan Lingtian's consciousness came into contact with the blade, he could clearly sense a spiritual fluctuation within it. The spiritual fluctuation was very calm, but because of this, Duan Lingtian could easily sense that it was incomplete. This soul fluctuation should be the artifact soul of this divine artifact. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the divine artifact in his hand. Congratulations. When Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the final trial and obtained the final reward, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears when his gaze landed on the Devata artifact in his hand. This voice was not unfamiliar to him. Then, as he lifted his head, a human figure took shape in front of him. It was Emperor God Qin Wu. Heavenly Emperor Qin Wu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Congratulations on being the first person to pass all the stages. As a reward for being the first person to pass all the stages, apart from the rewards you've already received, I'll also bestow you with a fortuitous encounter, a creation. Before Duan Lingtian could react, the human figure of divine Emperor Qin Wu had already turned into a ray of flowing light and entered his body. To be more precise, it entered his mind. In the next moment, he realized that a strong soul power had entered his soul sea. After becoming a god, one's soul would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The strength of one's soul would be akin to that of an ocean. It was precisely because of this that any place where the soul of a being above the level of a god resided would be known as the soul sea. Now a powerful soul force had entered Duan Lingtian's sea of soul. It could be said that a stone had caused 1,000 ripples. What do you want? Duan Lingtian realized that when the powerful soul power entered his sea of soul, the soul power wanted to take over his sea of soul without any hesitation. It attacked his sea of soul directly as if it wanted to replace his soul and build a new sea of soul. This soul power was so strong that even Duan Lingtian's soul couldn't help but tremble in front of it. The difference was too great. I'm only leaving behind a wisp of my soul. I won't take over your body. At most, I'll add some things to your memories. Let my soul fuse with your soul. Other than being able to inherit my memories, your soul will also become stronger. Of course, your soul will still be in charge of your body. Divine Emperor Qin Wu's voice could be heard. I reject. Duan Lingtian refused bluntly without the slightest hesitation. What a joke! Even if Divine Emperor Qinwu was only a wisp of remnant soul, and it was impossible for him to take over his body, there would definitely be some subtle influence after his remnant soul merged with his own soul. Even if he was still in charge of his body, there would definitely be some changes to his personality. Plus, it would be awkward to have another soul in his own soul for no reason. Hence, he rejected. Don't be in a hurry to reject. Divine Emperor Qin Wu said, after my remnant soul merges with your soul, it will be beneficial to you. For example, you will be able to comprehend the profound with half the effort. Even if I am only leaving you a remnant soul, an Emperor God's remnant soul isn't something an ordinary remnant soul can compare to. Apart from that, just as Divine Emperor Qin Wu wanted to say something, Duan Lingtian sealed his soul sea and rejected Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul. It was only Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul. Although it was powerful, it couldn't take over another's body. As the owner of his soul sea, Duan Lingtian rejected Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul with a thought. He didn't give him any face at all. To Duan Lingtian, it was a matter of principle. Kid, who bites the hand that feeds you, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Divine Emperor Qin Wu transformed into a human silhouette again and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said in a deep voice, Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at Divine Emperor Qin Wu calmly and said, You left your god mansion and god treasure behind, and I got quite a lot of things. I am grateful. However, your request has crossed my bottom line. Forgive me for not agreeing. Divine Emperor Qin Wu kept quiet for a while and spoke again. Forget it. As you are not willing, I will not force you. When Divine Emperor Qin Wu's human shadow dispersed, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he realized that he had returned to the inner mansion of the God Mansion and God Treasure. At the same time, he saw Wu Feng, senior brother Wu Feng. However, Wu Feng then looked as though he had lost his soul. He stood there motionlessly. Did Divine Emperor Qin Wu look for him? Thinking of what had happened to him earlier, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think to himself. After a while, Wu Feng came back to his senses. However, there was a strange flowing light that flashed across his eyes. He looked a little strange. Duan Lingtian saw all of this clearly. Senior brother Wu Feng. Did he agree to let his remnant soul merge with his own soul? At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt that Wu Feng was different from before. He wasn't sure if it was a psychological effect or some other reason. He was still the same person. The familiar feeling was still there, but there was a strange feeling mixed with it. Junior brother Duan. At the same time, Wu Feng, who came back to his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. You finally came out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. How is it? How was your harvest? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he took out the last divine artifact from his storage ring. It was half a saber, and then he passed it to Wu Feng. Wu Feng didn't directly reach out to take it. Instead, he first took out the 9 treasures he obtained. At the same time, he smiled and said, Junior Duan, I don't know if I'm lucky or if you're lucky. Among the 9 things I obtained, there's one that you urgently need. Although it's not a fortune pill, its effect is no different from a fortune pill. Just 1 fortune divine fruit is equivalent to 9 fortune pills. Wu Feng said as he looked at one of the 9 treasures he took out from his storage ring. It was a fruit with a faint yellow light enshrouding it. This fruit looked like a peach, and its yellow skin was very similar to the yellow peach on Duan Lingtian's previous life's earth. The only difference was that it had an additional layer of mysterious light on its surface. Of course, this was only the feedback that the naked eye could see. The real difference was the internal effects. This divine fruit was not something that ordinary fruits could compare to. Fortune divine fruit? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's eyes had brightened when Wu Feng mentioned the fortune divine fruit. He could not help but hold his breath for a moment. The fortune divine fruit's medicinal effect was similar to the fortune pill, but its medicinal effect was much stronger than the fortune pill. As long as one's aptitude was not too low, even if they had just broken through to the God realm, one fortune divine fruit was enough to break through to the God King realm in a day. Its medicinal effect was more tyrannical than 9 fortune pills added together. Many thanks, Senior Brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian thanked Wu Feng profusely as he exchanged the fortune divine fruit with Wu Feng. To him, the value of this fortune divine fruit was much higher than the high-grade divine artifact left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, because this was something he desperately wanted. Junior Brother Duan, I should be the one thanking you. This time, I have taken advantage of you. After receiving the high-grade divine saber and making it acknowledge him as its master, Wu Feng's eyes lit up as he thanked Duan Lingtian politely. This was a high-grade divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. It could be said that it was a priceless treasure. This kind of divine artifact was priceless even in the plains of gods. If I had this saber, even if Chu Han and the person beside him joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for me. With a thought, the saber turned into a ray of saber light that danced around Wu Feng's body. The divine saber was like an extension of his arm. Of course, Duan Lingtian chuckled. Senior Brother Wu, even an ordinary high-grade divine artifact is enough to give you the strength to defeat Chu Han and the person beside him. Not to mention, this is not an ordinary high-grade divine artifact, but a divine artifact that has given birth to an artifact soul. Even if it's only half a soul and can't separate itself from the divine artifact, it still adds a lot of power to the divine artifact. Because of the 7 orifices' exquisite sword soul, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with divine artifacts. I wonder if, with this divine artifact, I'll be a match for you, Junior Brother Duan. Wu Feng suddenly said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a strange light flickered in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian heard Wu Feng's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Wu Feng deeply for a moment before he changed the topic. Senior Brother Wu Feng, it's time for us to leave. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his body swayed as he entered the black whirlpool in the void not far away. His entire body was hidden inside. A hint of greed rose in Wu Feng's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving. However, it was quickly replaced by guilt. At this moment, he seemed to have become a combination of contradictions. On the other hand, when Duan Lingtian returned to the entrance of the divine mansion through the space tunnel, he could not help but narrow his eyes. It seems like Senior Brother Wu Feng has really merged with Emperor God Qin Wu's remnant soul. Otherwise, with Senior Brother Wu Feng's character, he wouldn't have asked such a sensitive question. Chapter 37-26. Junior Apprentice Brother Duan, do you want to return to the sect with me, or wait until you break through to the lower God King realm before returning? Not long after Duan Lingtian came out, Wu Feng also came out. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. The current Wu Feng seemed to have returned to normal. Earlier, he had asked Duan Lingtian that question because he was curious. Moreover, the remnant of Heavenly Emperor Qin Wu's soul that had merged with his soul was influencing him. Of course, although he was curious, he couldn't ask. This was because asking would make him suspect that he was probing Duan Lingtian. Why was he probing him? It could be because he was greedy for the treasures Duan Lingtian obtained this time. As for why God Emperor Qin Wu would affect him, it was because God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul felt that if possible, killing Duan Lingtian and allowing his remnant soul to obtain the treasures he left behind would be the best ending. However, in the end, Wu Feng persisted in his opinion and wasn't affected. Of course, there was also a small part of God Emperor Qin Wu that was affecting Wu Feng. He realized that even if he killed Duan Lingtian Duan Lingtian's storage ring would self-destruct. In the end, it would be useless. Senior apprentice, Brother Wu Feng, I won't return with you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said to Wu Feng, I plan to find a place to break through to the God King realm first. Then, I will consider whether or not to return to the sect. He would naturally return to the Hidden Fog sect. Not to mention anything else. Just the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, would cause him to settle old scores with them one day. He would make them regret their actions in the past. Of course, he also had other thoughts. He could wander elsewhere, and once he had a certain amount of strength, he would return to the Hidden Fog sect to settle accounts with Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. All right. Wu Feng respected Duan Lingtian's choice and nodded. Before parting, Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior apprentice, Brother Duan, thank you for this matter. Not only did you give me the high-quality divine weapon that gave birth to the weapon soul, you even gave me the remnant soul of divine Emperor Qin Wu. I will definitely return this favor in the future. For the first time, Wu Feng admitted that God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul had merged with his soul. Hearing Wu Feng's words, even though Duan Lingtian had already guessed it, his expression couldn't help but become solemn. Senior Brother Wu Feng, I know that God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul is very tempting to you. Now, you've already fused with his remnant soul. I won't try to persuade you anymore because it's too late. In the future, I only hope that when you make some decisions, you will stick to your own views and not be affected by the thoughts of divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul in your subconscious. You must remember that you are still yourself and have nothing to do with divine Emperor Qin Wu. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was worried that Wu Feng would be at a disadvantage, so he intentionally reminded Wu Feng. Don't worry, I know what to do. Wu Feng nodded. God emperors aren't that simple. These were the last words that Duan Lingtian said to Wu Feng before they parted. In fact, Wu Feng didn't know what would happen in the future after God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul had merged with Wu Feng's soul. Perhaps it wouldn't affect Wu Feng too much. In fact, it might even help Wu Feng cultivate more efficiently and comprehend the profundities of laws. Perhaps it would have a great impact on Wu Feng. However, no matter what, God Emperor Qin Wu wouldn't be able to seize Wu Feng's body because he had already died. It wasn't just his body, but his soul as well. The remnant soul he had left behind was more like an obsession than a remnant soul. In this world, no one wanted to die. Even God emperors who had lived for a long time were the same. Next, I'll consume the fortune divine fruit and break through to the God King realm. Then, I'll see if I can return to the Hidden Fog sect and display strength that doesn't belong to Long Shao or Shangguan Xiongfeng. I'll recommend myself to become Elder Yin or Elder Wu's disciple in name. After separating from Wu Feng, Duan Lingtian took a detour and found a remote valley to cultivate. Of course, before he started cultivating, he asked the 7 orifices' exquisite sword soul, Huang to protect him. Ever since Huang obtained the mysterious bead from the floating heavens' heavenly emperor, Yang Yun Shao, she had been refining it to improve the 7 orifices' exquisite sword's quality. She had just finished refining it recently. According to Huang, the current 7 orifices' exquisite sword had evolved to the limit of high-grade divine artifact. Her strength had also increased correspondingly. Currently, Duan Lingtian was a higher god realm expert, and Huang Er's cultivation was also at the level of a higher god realm expert. However, the profundities she comprehended were stronger than Duan Lingtian. With the help of the 7 orifices' exquisite sword, her strength surpassed the current Duan Lingtian. With Huang protecting him, Duan Lingtian didn't have to worry. After all, if Huang couldn't deal with someone, he couldn't deal with them. If he wasn't afraid of someone, Huang wouldn't be afraid either. Huang hide in my body. If Wu Feng shows up and tries to harm me, kill him immediately. Although Duan Lingtian trusted Wu Feng, he trusted the Wu Feng he trusted. However, the one he trusted was the old Wu Feng, not the Wu Feng who had merged with the remnant soul of divine Emperor Qinwu. He felt that Wu Feng was different from before. He might even follow him and attack him when he was cultivating. Perhaps Wu Feng wouldn't kill him directly. After all the treasures he obtained from the divine dwellings and divine treasure were in his spatial ring. If he was killed, Wu Feng was worried that his spatial ring would self-destruct. The most likely possibility was that Wu Feng would defeat him, injure him, and threaten him with his life to remove the ownership of the spatial ring. "Yes, master." Huang replied respectfully. After receiving Huang Er's reply, Duan Lingtian felt relieved and immersed himself in cultivating. As the fortune divine fruit entered his stomach, the powerful medicinal efficacy made Duan Lingtian's God force boil. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the God force in his body broke through the last bottleneck of the divine spirit realm. Bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian broke through the bottleneck that he had never been able to break through even after hundreds and thousands of tempering attempts in the past. The entire process was so smooth that it was unbelievable. "I broke through just like that." Even though Duan Lingtian was confident in the fortune divine fruit's medicinal efficacy, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the God force in his body was undergoing a qualitative transformation. His originally thin and weak God force had become denser and more condensed. Bang! Huang Xiaolong punched out casually with his God force, and the resulting force hit the void, causing space to ripple. The power contained in his punch was many times stronger than before, and could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, I have only used a small portion of the fortune divine fruit's medicinal efficacy. The rest of the medicinal efficacy has dissipated, and is of no help to a God King realm master's God force. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed that although he had only used a small part of the fortune divine fruit's medicinal efficacy, the rest of the medicinal efficacy had dissipated after he broke through to the God King realm. This was because it couldn't be integrated into his God force to help his God force increase. If others knew that Duan Lingtian had used the fortune divine fruit to break through to the God King realm, they would definitely scold him for wasting or recklessly wasting God's gift. But in Duan Lingtian's opinion, it wasn't a waste. Although he was only one step away from breaking through to the God King realm, he didn't know how long it would take to break through on his own, and what he lacked the most was time. In the face of time, other things were not worth mentioning. Next, I need to consume the body, strengthening divine fruit to consolidate my low-level God King realm cultivation. After that, I can continue to cultivate. Among the treasures left behind by God Emperor Qinwu, there are also things that can help God King realm cultivators, but they are not as helpful as the fortune divine fruit. In the world of gods, only after becoming a God King realm cultivator can one be considered an expert. After becoming a God King realm cultivator, one has to face a heavenly tribulation that comes once every 1,000 years. And after becoming a God King realm cultivator for a period of time, the first heavenly tribulation comes. My heavenly tribulation is in 3 days. After breaking through to the low-level God King realm, a mysterious thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought came out of nowhere, and it resonated with the world he was in. Because of this, he sensed that his first heavenly tribulation after becoming a God King realm cultivator was in 3 days. The first heavenly tribulation of a God King realm cultivator, as long as one hasn't comprehended a law to the large success stage, should be able to easily cross it. Duan Lingtian had long been aware of this point. In the world of gods, having high talent didn't necessarily mean that one's comprehension was high. Some people, after becoming a higher God King realm cultivator, still hadn't comprehended a law to the large success stage, and for these higher gods, even if they could break through to the God King realm, they wouldn't do so. because breaking through to the God King realm was tantamount to courting death. However, to Duan Lingtian, his first heavenly tribulation in 3 days wasn't much. Perhaps he could break it with a casual strike. The body-strengthening divine fruit can allow me to consolidate my low-level God King realm cultivation in a single day. Duan Lingtian looked at the body-strengthening divine fruit in his hand, and his eyes shone. This body-strengthening divine fruit was his initiation gift as a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. When he chose this divine fruit, even the inner sect elder in charge of bringing him to receive his initiation gift couldn't understand his choice. After eating the body-strengthening divine fruit, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate and consolidate his newly broken through cultivation. And the medicinal efficacy of the body-strengthening divine fruit didn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. As the rumor said, in less than a day his low-level God King realm cultivation was completely consolidated. After consolidating my cultivation, the divine power in my body has become even more condensed. It can't be compared to a day ago. At that time I had just broken through, and my divine power wasn't as condensed as it is now. Compared to a day ago, my divine power is at least 30% stronger. Duan Lingtian was naturally satisfied with the increase in his cultivation after consolidating it. The heavenly tribulation is in 2 days. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate. As he waited for the God King realm heavenly tribulation to arrive in 2 days, he placed all his attention on the treasures he obtained from God Emperor Qin Wu's divine manor and divine treasury. Previously, he only recognized a few things. He didn't study the other things he couldn't recognize at first glance, nor did he have the time to carefully study them. Chapter 37:27. Senior brother Wu Feng has obtained a total of 9 things. One of them is the fortune divine fruit, and I have already consumed it. As for me, I have obtained a total of 23 things. One of them is the high-grade divine artifact left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, and I have already given it to senior brother Wu Feng. In other words, Duan Lingtian still possessed 30 treasures from the divine abodes left behind by heavenly Emperor Qin Wu. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian studied the treasures that he had not had the time to study. After some time, he still couldn't figure out a part of the treasures, while the rest of the treasures were only useful to God Emperor Realm Masters. In fact, more than 90% of the 30 treasures were only useful to God Emperor Realm Masters. Then again, it was normal. No matter what, God Emperor Qin Wu was still a low-level God Emperor when he died. The treasures in his hands were worthless and useless to him, so he must have either thrown them away or exchanged them for divine stones, because they were useless to him. As for the treasures used by God Emperors, he probably didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, the only thing that can help me with my cultivation is the Heaven Primordial Divine pill that can help divine kings increase their cultivation. Apart from that, these 2 treasures can help me increase my comprehension of the laws, but they're useless to me. Treasures that could help increase one's comprehension of laws were also targeted to a specific law. Currently, the 2 treasures in Duan Lingtian's hands that could help a God King to comprehend laws were not targeted at the law of space. Hence, they were useless to Duan Lingtian. Universe Essence Divine Pill can help a God King increase their cultivation, but after 3 pills, the medicinal efficacy is negligible, and after 10 pills, there is no effect. There were not many Universe Essence Divine pills left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, but they were not few either. There were a total of 6 pills. The harvest this time is not small, but it's a pity that my cultivation is too low, so I can't use more than 90% of the treasures. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. A short while later, the smile on his face disappeared as he put away the bottle containing the Universe Essence Divine pills. A sharp light flickered in his eyes as he looked up at the sky. The God King realm heavenly tribulation will descend in 2 hours. 2 hours, which was 2 hours. In the following 2 hours, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and sat quietly in the air above the small valley. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the first God King heavenly tribulation to descend upon him after he became a God King. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the flowers and trees in the small valley to sway. A drizzle fell from the sky, but when it came into contact with Duan Lingtian's body, it strangely avoided him. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, even if he did not deliberately activate his divine power to protect his body, just the aura of the divine power in his body that escaped through his pores was enough to form a layer of protection, blocking out things like rain that did not have a strong impact, let alone a drizzle. Even if there was a rainstorm or hail, Duan Lingtian would not be able to touch his body as long as he sat there quietly. If he did not activate his divine energy, the rain and hail would not be able to touch him at all. Finally, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sky above the small valley was covered in dark clouds. The dark clouds gathered together, and thick bolts of purple lightning could be clearly seen surging like purple pythons. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The thunder rumbled, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. In the small valley below Duan Lingtian, birds flew in all directions, and some beasts also left the small valley, as if they were foretelling that there was going to be danger here. Even the surroundings of the small valley were in a panic. After about 15 minutes, the rolling bolts of lightning around the dark clouds in the sky became thicker, and the sound of thunder was even more shocking. The surroundings of the small valley returned to tranquility and peace. Within a radius of a few miles, other than Duan Lingtian and the flowers and plants, there were no other life forms. Is it finally coming? After resting for 2 hours with his eyes closed, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes lazily. He looked indifferently at the sky, and the lightning in the dark clouds seemed to be brewing to the extreme. Boom! After about a few breaths of time, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, 9 thick bolts of lightning, each as thick as an adult's body, descended from the sky, whistling towards Duan Lingtian. Like 9 lightning dragons descending from the sky, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. After becoming a divine king, the time of the first divine king, heavenly tribulation, is uncertain. It could be a few days, 10 days, half a month, or a few months. However, it definitely won't exceed a year. The second divine king, heavenly tribulation, will be 1,000 years after the first divine king, heavenly tribulation. After that, so on and so forth. Every divine king, heavenly tribulation, will have 10 bolts of lightning descending. The first divine king, heavenly tribulation, will have 9 bolts of lightning descending. And the second divine king, heavenly tribulation, will have 19 bolts of lightning descending, multiplying the power. After that, so on and so forth. The 10th divine king, heavenly tribulation, will have 99 bolts of lightning descending, 11 times stronger than the first divine king, heavenly tribulation. Before, Duan Lingtian had broken through to the godly king stage. He was well aware of the heavenly tribulation that he would have to face after breaking through to the godly king stage. For this reason, he remained calm when he faced the heavenly tribulation. It was as if someone else was transcending the tribulation, and he was only here to watch the show. It's said that by provoking the divine king, heavenly tribulation, all the energy in the divine king, heavenly tribulation will erupt at once. Moreover, before I came to the realm of gods, Sister Shui told me that by doing so, I might be able to comprehend the law of lightning. In the face of the 9 lightning bolts that descended from the sky, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet. With just a flash of his body, he vanished from his spot. Swoosh! When he reappeared, he was high up in the sky. After a few more teleportations, Duan Lingtian arrived near the tribulation clouds in the sky. He stared at the tribulation clouds as he thought to himself, although I'll have to face the full brunt of the divine king, heavenly tribulation by directly destroying the tribulation clouds, It's the most efficient way to overcome the Divine King, heavenly tribulation. At some point, Duan Lingtian had clenched his right hand into a fist. The space elemental profundity had also merged with his fist, causing his fist to emit a mysterious aura. It was as though his fist was powerful enough to shatter space itself. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the 9 bolts of lightning that descended from the sky caught up with Duan Lingtian after he teleported to the sky. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them completely. Bang! Yi Xuan punched out. Suddenly, a violent spatial power whizzed out and transformed into a huge fist light. It flew through the sky like a mountain, leaving behind a string of afterimages in the sky. Then, it ferociously broke into the tribulation clouds. Almost at the same moment, Duan Lingtian's fist smashed into the tribulation clouds. The lightning that surrounded the tribulation clouds that had gathered together suddenly stopped and then surged into the tribulation clouds, causing the originally gloomy tribulation clouds to turn into a glowing purple cloud. Then, a terrifying force exploded from within. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as a gigantic mushroom cloud appeared in a timely manner. The terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc and actually dispersed the 9 bolts of lightning that did not have the time to attack Duan Lingtian. It should be known that this was only the aftermath of the power that exploded from the tribulation clouds. The 9 bolts of lightning were still far from the tribulation clouds. They were not as close as Duan Lingtian to the tribulation clouds. Duan Lingtian faced the power of the tribulation clouds head-on. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying force bloomed. The storm-like thunderbolt power completely enveloped Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. However, outside Duan Lingtian's body, a layer of spatial energy formed a barrier that spanned across the area. It formed a spherical shape and enveloped his entire body. It completely blocked the thunderbolt power that swept toward Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was in the protective shield condensed by the spatial energy. His eyes were looking straight at the center of the thundercloud explosion. The purple and white light was still blooming continuously. Moreover, each time it bloomed stronger and stronger. This was the most dazzling fireworks that Duan Lingtian had ever seen in his 2 lives. There was no comparison. However, when the power of the explosion reached its peak, it gradually faded away. In the end, it returned to calmness. The aftermath of the power in the sky dissipated, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared. It was as though the sky had cleared up after the rain. Duan Lingtian stood in the void. His purple robe fluttered, and there was not a speck of dust on his body. The explosion of the tribulation clouds did not have any effect on him. In fact, it did not even cause his robe to flutter. The last 8 tribulation thunderbolts that were brewing in the tribulation clouds exploded together. It's really terrifying. Even if Chu Han, the disciple of the Tianlong clan, stood in my position, facing such explosive power, he would definitely die without a divine weapon. Although Duan Lingtian did not use a divine weapon earlier, he had further revealed his trump card, the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Of course, during the explosion of the tribulation clouds, even if there were people watching from the side, it would be difficult for them to notice that Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of control. This is the thunder element. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the law of space, he raised his hand, and a streak of divine power swept out like a spirit snake. In an instant, it turned into an electric snake that was surrounded by purple lightning. Earlier, when he was watching the Thunderbolt fireworks, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of Thunderbolt. He had also come into contact with the thunder element of the law of thunder. The law of thunder was a law that he had not come into contact with in the past. As expected, Sister Shui didn't lie to me. It's really possible to comprehend the law of thunder with this method. Previously, when the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, had told him about this, he did not quite believe it. Based on his past experience, one would need to lay the groundwork to comprehend any law. It was impossible for one to comprehend a law all of a sudden. However, he had just comprehended a law of thunder that he had not come into contact with in the past. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended a law that he had not come into contact with in the past. Chapter 37:28. To Duan Ling Tian, comprehending the thunder laws was a pleasant surprise. Although comprehending the thunder laws didn't increase his strength, comprehending an additional law without wasting time was undoubtedly a joyous matter. I'll take those 6 universe divine pills first and cultivate for a period of time. Once I consume their medicinal efficacy, I'll see if I should return to the Hidden Fog sect or head to the area around the Linghu family. After smashing apart the heavenly tribulation with a single fist, Duan Lingtian's thoughts stirred. His figure flashed, and he vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, he was on the other side of the mountain forest. It was clear that he couldn't stay in the small mountain valley any longer. His heavenly tribulation had caused a great disturbance. It might draw people over. However, Duan Lingtian didn't go far. After rushing for a day, he dug out a giant pit in a cliff to serve as his next cultivation area. Universe Divine Pills. After taking 3, the medicinal efficacy is minimal, but it's better than nothing. After sitting down, Duan Lingtian took out the 6 Universe Divine Pills he obtained from the Divine Abode Treasury left behind by God Emperor Qinwu and swallowed them all in one go. Then he began to cultivate. With Huang protecting him, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. He wholeheartedly digested the medicinal efficacy of the 6 Universe Divine Pills so that he could break through to the middle God-King realm as soon as possible. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian completely forgot about everything else for a time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Myriad Demon Sect. Sect Master, the people we placed in the Hidden Fog Sect have sent back news that Wu Feng has returned to the Hidden Fog Sect. A Myriad Demon Sect elder hurried over to report to the Myriad Demon Sect Master Lan Qing. Lan Qing couldn't help but frown. What about Duan Lingtian? There's no news. The Myriad Demon Sect elder shook his head. But according to the news we received a few days ago, Duan Lingtian is still alive. He hasn't perished, unless he died in the last few days. The 10,000 Demon Sect had placed some people in the Hidden Fog Sect, and those people had already discovered that Duan Lingtian was still alive. But only a small number of people possessed a soul bead. It wasn't until several days ago that the people the 10,000 Demon Sect placed in the Hidden Fog Sect learned that Duan Lingtian was still alive. That shouldn't be possible. Lan Qing shook his head. Duan Lingtian was a monstrous genius of the Hidden Fog Sect that appeared only once every 10,000 years. He had entered the ancient ruins and hadn't died yet. So how could he have died in these past few days? It should be because he didn't follow Wu Feng back to the Hidden Fog Sect. Thinking of this, Lan Qing's eyes flashed. He looked at the 1,000 Demon Sect elder in front of him and said, "Ask the people over there to confirm whether Duan Lingtian is alive or dead." Yes. After the 1,000 Demonic Sect elder responded, Lan Qing asked him to leave. Then he went to the 1,000 Demonic Sect's Supreme Elder, Du Zhan's cultivation place. Of course, he did not come to find Du Zhan. He came to find Kuang Tianzheng. However, although he didn't come to find Du Zhan, this was still Du Zhan's cultivation place. As soon as he arrived, Du Zhan appeared. "What is it? Is there any new news?" "Martial uncle." Lan Qing first greeted Du Zhan and then nodded. "Come with me to see senior apprentice brother." Du Zhan immediately called out to Lan Qing and led him to Kuang Tianzheng. Kuang Tianzheng was sitting in meditation in a quiet courtyard. When Du Zhan and Lan Qing appeared together outside the courtyard, he opened his eyes. "Senior apprentice brother, that brat Lan Qing has brought new news." Du Zhan stood outside the courtyard and greeted him. "Come in." As Kuang Tianzheng responded, Dujan and Lan Qing once again stepped into the courtyard. They returned to the Hidden Fog sect. As soon as the two entered, Kuang Tianjing's eyes fell on Lan Qing. An extremely cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even if it wasn't directed at Lan Qing still felt his entire body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he was also a divine emperor, he was only a lower divine emperor. As for this martial uncle of his, he was a middle divine emperor. At the divine emperor realm, even the difference of a small realm was as wide as a chasm. Standing in front of him, one would feel a certain amount of pressure. Wu Feng returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Lan Qing responded. Wu Feng? Kuang Tianjing frowned. Just him. Yes. Lan Qing nodded. Just him. As for that Duan Lingtian, he didn't return with him. I guess that Duan Lingtian must have something else to do. So he stayed outside. Of course, it's also possible that he died in the last few days. Lan Qing said. Died in the last few days? Is that possible? Kuang Tianjing shook his head. I don't want that possibility. Have the people we placed in the Hidden Fog sect confirm whether or not that Duan Lingtian is still alive. Martial uncle. I already told them to confirm. As Lan Qing's voice fell, he looked at Kuang Tianjing, martial uncle, that Wu Feng has returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Do you want to attack him now, or wait for Duan Lingtian to return before attacking? Naturally, we will wait for that Duan Lingtian to return, Kuang Tianjing said, as if it was a matter of fact. If we go to the Hidden Fog sect now, regardless of whether or not we kill Wu Feng, as long as we target Wu Feng, we will alert the enemy and alarm that Duan Lingtian. Wait, if we can confirm that Duan Lingtian is dead, then I will look for that Wu Feng. If Duan Lingtian isn't dead, then we will wait. Kuang Tianjing's attitude was clear. Like this, Kuang Tianjing and the others began to wait for news. They waited for news of whether or not Duan Lingtian had died. They didn't wait for long. Several days later, the spies the Myriad Demons sect placed in the Hidden Fog sect returned with news. Duan Lingtian isn't dead. Since Duan Lingtian wasn't dead, then what they had to do next was clear. Wait. Wait until death. And as for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, he had no idea that the Hidden Fog sect didn't just have Dragon Shao waiting for him. Even an inner sect elder of a God Emperor level sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, had his eyes on him. In a cave that had been artificially carved out of a cliff, Duan Lingtian was calmly cultivating, wholeheartedly digesting the medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Essence Divine Pills. Of the 6 Heaven Essence Divine Pills, the first 3 were relatively difficult to digest. As for the remaining 3, with the first 3 as a foundation, they were much easier to digest. But the increase in strength it brought to Duan Lingtian was minuscule. In fact, the medicinal efficacy of the last 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills added together wasn't even a tenth of the first 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills. When the last 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills were consumed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. If I had known that the medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Essence Divine Pills would be so minuscule after 3 pills, I wouldn't have taken them. This was something he hadn't expected. He originally thought that since it was a Heaven Essence Divine Pill, no matter how weak the medicinal efficacy was, it would still bring him a considerable increase in strength. However, while his imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. Of course, Duan Lingtian soon recovered from his regretful mood. With things having come this far, regret was useless. After all, what was done couldn't be undone. No matter how much he thought about it, it would only add to his troubles. But after stepping into the God King realm, the improvement in my cultivation has slowed down so much. After taking 6 Heaven Essence Divine Pills, my cultivation hasn't even reached half of the difference between a low-level God King realm and a mid-level God King realm, at most 1/3. And this is after I took the Heaven Essence Divine Pill, which is one of the top 3 divine pills a god-king realm cultivator takes. After sighing with emotion, Duan Lingtian asked the 7 orifices exquisite sword spirit, Huang Huang, how long have I been in seclusion this time? 3 months and 21 days. Huang answered promptly, telling Duan Lingtian the exact time he had been in seclusion, down to every day. Close to 4 months? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He hadn't expected to spend so much time in seclusion this time. One had to know that whether it was the nature fortune pill or the fortune divine fruit, he had been able to completely digest the medicinal efficacy in a single day, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In comparison, this cultivation speed wasn't considered slow, but in Duan Lingtian's subconscious mind, it seemed a little slow. It seems like the cultivation path of a god-king realm cultivator isn't something a god-spirit realm cultivator can compare to. Although Duan Lingtian had heard about this before, he was still shocked when he personally experienced the difference. It was no wonder that in the plains of gods, only god-kings were worthy of the title of expert. Without the heaven essence divine pills, Duan Lingtian didn't have the mood to continue cultivating. Now, should I return to the Hidden Fog sect, or should I go to the Linghu family and see if I can find a way to meet Linghu Chuin? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Go to the Linghu family, thinking that Linghu Chuin might be his wife, Duan Lingtian found it hard to suppress his emotions. The Linghu family was a god-emperor rank force that wasn't any weaker than the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect. With the monarch descent city that Duan Lingtian had visited as the boundary, the Hidden Fog sect was in the east, the Myriad Demon sect was in the south, and the Linghu family was in the north. As for the west, it was a god-emperor rank force, the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was a god-emperor rank force that the Hidden Fog sect, Myriad Demon sect, and Linghu family worshipped. Just like the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect, the Linghu family had been sending their clan's geniuses to the Tianlong clan. Because of this, within the Tianlong clan, it wasn't just the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect that had some background. Even the Linghu family's background wasn't small. However, as a family clan, the Linghu family clan was different from the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 Demon sect. The 10,000 Demon sect and Hidden Fog sect were stationed in the wilderness, while the Linghu family clan was stationed in a bustling city. This city was called Linghu City. In truth, this city was built by the Linghu family. It was expanded with the Linghu family as the center. In terms of scale, Linghu City wasn't much worse than Monarch Descent City. It was much larger than the Skywind City that Duan Lingtian had visited before and the other cities that he had visited. The Linghu family. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, it only took him half a month to arrive at Linghu City. After arriving at Linghu City, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was inquire about the Linghu family's location. After asking around, he learned that the Linghu family was located in the east of Linghu City. The family mansion was large, almost 1/5 the size of Linghu City. Chapter 37:29. The Linghu family was a god-emperor-level clan. Their residence was in Linghu City, which they had built with their own hands. There was a large area to the east of Linghu City that was still some distance away from the Linghu family's residence. Thus, outsiders were forbidden from approaching. Outside, the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples stood guard everywhere. If outsiders approached, they would immediately appear and stop them. If they cooperated, it would be fine. If they didn't cooperate, the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples would directly attack them. They might even kill them. Because of this, very few people approached the eastern area of Linghu City. If they did, they might provoke the Linghu family. The Linghu family was the absolute overlord of Linghu City. Unless a god-emperor level force personally came, the Linghu family wouldn't give face to anyone. Even God Emperor level sects like the Hidden Fog sect and the Myriad Demon sect were only on equal footing with the Linghu family. Although I know where the Linghu family is, it's obviously impossible for me to visit them so brazenly. It looks like I have to think of another way. After all, he had just arrived in Linghu City. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry. He first found an inn to stay in, then went out to continue gathering information. It won't be difficult to infiltrate the Linghu family. After all, the Linghu family has many servants and so on. However, even if I infiltrate the Linghu family, it will still be difficult for me to find Linghu Chuin. Moreover, I might be discovered by the Linghu family's experts before I find her. Although I've stepped into the God King realm, the Linghu family has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. They even have many God Emperor level experts who can kill me as easily as cutting grass. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of infiltrating the Linghu family, he completely dispelled the idea. Right now, there are only two ways. The first is to wait for Linghu Chuin to come out. I'll meet her again and confirm her identity. However, this method is not very feasible, even if that old woman from last time is not by her side. Duan Lingtian had a look of dread on his face when he thought of the old woman by Linghu Chuin's side that he had encountered in King's Descent City. That was a God Emperor. Even with his current strength, he was no match for him. Secondly, get to know someone from the Linghu family, preferably a direct descendant of a certain status. This way, I can openly follow him into the Linghu family. Under such circumstances, as a friend of a direct descendant of the Linghu family, I would naturally not be targeted by the experts of the Linghu family. In fact, as long as that direct descendant is willing to help, it should not be difficult to meet Linghu Chuin. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not choose to take the risk. Instead, he began to ask around for information, trying to understand the direct descendants of the Linghu family. Half a month later, he had his eyes on someone. The fourth son of the Linghu family's current patriarch, Linghu Yin. Linghu Yin was only a 10 directions celestial emperor. However, it was said that he did not have the chance to become a god. This was because he was injured and could not continue to cultivate. He would be stuck as a 10 directions celestial emperor for the rest of his life. As for the injuries in his body, they were caused by his father, the current master of the Linghu family. He had used his body to block a fatal blow for his father. It was also because of this that he had saved his father's life at the cost of being seriously injured. After that incident, even though Linghu Yun's cultivation was mediocre, the current patriarch of the Linghu family doted on him the most. The other direct descendants of the Linghu family also took good care of Linghu Yun in order to curry favor with the patriarch of the Linghu family. Of course, there was another reason why they were so good to Linghu Yun. Due to Linghu Yun's stagnant cultivation, it was destined that he would not be able to compete with them for the position of the next patriarch of the Linghu family. Moreover, they were brothers. Moreover, if they were good to Linghu Yun, they would be able to curry favor with the current patriarch of the Linghu family. Only fools would not be good to Linghu Yun. Linghu Yun's cultivation can no longer improve, so he doesn't waste any time cultivating. His favorite hobby is to listen to stories in a tea house in Linghu City. There was a tea house in Linghu City where people would tell stories every few days. It was similar to the storytellers in Duan Lingtian's previous life. In fact, the tea house was one of the Linghu family's businesses. It was opened for Linghu Yun. The purpose was to provide a place for Linghu Yun to listen to stories. The income from the tea house was so little that it did not even cover the cost of maintaining the operation of the tea house. However, it had been open for more than 1,000 years. The Cloud Pavilion was a tea house opened by the Linghu family in Linghu City. It was deserted. Only a few dozen people were sitting in the main hall, drinking tea. At the back of the main hall was a private room with a curtain. One could vaguely see that there were luxurious tables and chairs inside. Speaking of which, the Emperor God powerhouse who broke into Tung-Lung province from the outside 2,000 years ago was very majestic. He looked down on the various Emperor God powerhouses in Tung-Lung province. He wanted to use his own strength to suppress several large sections. However, in the end, he was defeated by the leader of one of the Emperor God powerhouses. He was almost killed. In the end, he was spared because he swore a heart demon blood oath that he was willing to be loyal to that Emperor God powerhouse for 10,000 years. As for who that person was, in fact, there was no such person. This story was made up by me. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged at the other end of the main hall. He had a medium build and was holding a book in one hand. His other hand was stroking the goatee on his chin. The guests sitting at the 3 tables in the main hall could not help but roll their eyes when they heard the middle-aged man's story. The storyteller that the Cloud Pavilion recently hired is not good. He's telling a good story. Isn't it good to make us yearn for it? In the end, he said it was made up. That's right. How boring. I heard that this person is very stubborn. The Cloud Pavilion asked him to pay a generous sum of divine stones after he finished telling the story, not to mention that it was made up. However, he was unwilling. While the guests at the 3 tables in the main hall were discussing animatedly, a purple figure walked in from outside. He walked to an empty table and sat down. He listened to the guests at the 3 tables with interest. At this moment, a young man in brocade robes who was sitting at a luxurious table behind a curtain at the back of the main hall could not help but frown slightly. This fellow, how many times have I told him off? Does he still not learn his lesson? Since he's so stubborn, let him pack up and leave. The young man was dressed in a long blue robe. His handsome face was slightly pale. At this moment, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Yes, 4th young master. A middle-aged man in brocade robes who was standing at one side of the table answered respectfully and walked out. On the chair beside the young man sat an old man who was resting with his eyes closed. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He exuded an immortal aura from head to toe. Young Yin, if you let him pack up and leave, I'm afraid you won't have any stories to listen to for the next few days. After the middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out, the old man opened his eyes and said to the young man with a smile, "That's nothing. At most, we'll wait a few more days for the newcomer to tell us. This fellow's stories are, to be honest, passable. However, he always likes to add at the end that the beginning is made up. It's so awkward no matter how you listen to it." The young man said unconcernedly, "If I listen to his stories again, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist going out and beating him up." Outside, after the middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out of the inner room, he walked directly to the middle-aged man who had just finished telling the story and was sitting cross-legged on a high platform at the other end of the main hall with an intoxicated expression. "4th young master, said to get lost. This is your reward for today." The middle-aged man in brocade robes was the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower. He casually tossed a few divine stones to the middle-aged man on the platform and said somewhat impatiently, "Take your reward and get lost." From the day he became the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower, he knew that Cloud Tower existed solely to serve the Linghu family's 4th young master. If it weren't for the fact that the 4th young master liked to listen to stories with others and listen to their opinions on stories, Cloud Tower wouldn't even exist. He could have just taken the man directly to the Linghu family to tell the 4th young master stories. There was no need to specially set up a tea house like Cloud Tower. It was made up in the first place. Do you really think it's true? You're crazy, the middle-aged man scolded. Then he picked up the divine stones on the ground in front of him and left without looking back. I'm a man of principles. I won't mislead you into believing a fabricated story to be true. After the middle-aged man left, the guests at the 3 tables in the main hall couldn't help but roll their eyes. At this moment, the middle-aged man in brocade robes looked at the guests at the 3 tables and said apologetically, "Everyone, I'm sorry for disturbing your mood today. Don't worry, in a few days, our cloud tower will definitely find a reliable person to tell the story to. Shopkeeper, your cloud tower should have changed a long time ago. Before that fellow came to your cloud tower, there were never less than 10 tables of people who came to drink tea and listen to stories. Look at today, there are only 4 tables of people, including us. One of the guests at one of the tables said, as he looked at the tables with guests in the main hall, including the table of the purple-clad young man who came in later. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he happened to hear the person who was telling the story to Cloud Tower earlier. When the words, "I made up the story," entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian could almost foresee the mood of the person who was listening to the story. When one was engrossed in the story, one would involuntarily be immersed in it and enjoy everything in it. One might even discuss it and guess if the person in the story could be found in reality. All of this would make one look forward to it. However, if the person at the end of the story said that the story was made up, it would undoubtedly destroy this sense of anticipation. How could it not be hated? Why don't I give it a try? When the middle-aged man in brocade robes was apologizing to the guests at the 3 tables, Duan Lingtian stood up and walked slowly to the high platform at the other end of the main hall. Although he sounded like he was asking, his actions did not seem like he was asking anyone. Chapter 3730. Why don't I give it a try? When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone present could not help but be stunned. Even Ling Huyin, the 4th young master of the Ling Hu family, and the old man beside him were shocked by the sudden scene before them. It was not until Duan Lingtian ascended the high platform and sat down with his legs crossed that everyone came back to their senses. He said he would give it a try. Is he going to tell us a story? In the cloud tower, all eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian. Most of these eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. This young man in purple was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He looked like a disciple of an aristocratic family. However, no matter how doubtful the crowd was, Duan Lingtian had already begun to tell the story. It is said that this world was originally chaotic until a giant named Pan Gu appeared and split the chaos with a giant axe in his hand. Then there was heaven and earth. After heaven and earth were created, Pan Gu fell. His blood turned into mountains, rivers, and seas. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he began to tell the story of Pan Gu's creation of heaven and earth in his previous life. As he continued, the doubts in the crowd's eyes disappeared and were replaced with interest. When Duan Lingtian roughly finished telling the story of Pan Gu's creation of heaven and earth, it was already an hour later. At this time, the crowd was still immersed in the story and could not extricate themselves. Creation of heaven and earth. His body fell and turned into everything in the world. What kind of achievement was this? All the people present were men and were hot-blooded. After putting themselves in the shoes of the character in the story, they could only feel their blood boiling. Finally, after a few breaths of time, a middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up with a bang. He gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Good. Pan Gu's creation of heaven and earth. Little brother, I really didn't expect that someone who looks so young and doesn't seem like a commoner would be able to tell such a wonderful story. Amazing. The others were also awakened by the middle-aged man. They began to whisper to each other and discuss spiritedly. A man should be like Pan Gu, creating heaven and earth and turning into everything in the world. My weapon is also an axe. Looks like I have foresight. I'll create a move later. I'll call it Creation of Heaven and Earth. This story, regardless of whether it's true or not, once one's imagination is stretched, it makes one's blood boil. In fact, the story of Pan Gu's creation of heaven and earth was just a short story that came to Duan Lingtian. What he did not expect was that the feedback would be so strong. Even the eyes of the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, who was the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower, could not help but light up. In the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously glanced at the inner room on the other side of the hall. That was because their Linghu family's fourth young master, Linghu Yin, had sent him a message. Have him tell another story. If he can maintain this standard, no, as long as his standard doesn't drop too much, we'll use him. Triple pay. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Sir, how about another story? Sure. Faced with the Cloud Tower shopkeeper's enthusiasm, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced at the inner room. As the door to the inner room was covered with a gauze curtain, Duan Lingtian could only vaguely see two figures inside. Then, under the expectant gazes of the people in the Cloud Tower's main hall, Duan Lingtian began to tell another story. This time, the story he told was a long one. It was written by his favorite author in his previous life. It was about a legendary figure. After experiencing it for 2 lives, he even suspected that the story was real, because everything in the story was traceable to him, who had achieved success in his cultivation. If everything was real, he might have a chance to meet the person. Duan Lingtian began to speak slowly. In the mundane plane, there was a planet called Earth. It was a beautiful blue planet. One day, a crazy Taoist brought a young man across the universe from a mysterious planet to this planet. From then on, the young man began his magnificent life on Earth. In 1,000 years, he stood at the top of the universe and was only a step away from becoming a god. However, an accident brought him back to 1,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian was telling a story written by his favorite author in his previous life. It was also his favorite story. It was called The Great East Royal Emperor. He still remembered that when he was carrying out a mission overseas, he was so engrossed in it that he lost track of time and almost failed the mission. From this, it could be seen how attractive this East Royal Great Emperor was. Duan Lingtian believed that as long as he told the story, the people in front of him would be unable to extricate themselves from it. Of course, his goal was to make the Linghu family's fourth young master, Linghu Yin, unable to extricate himself from it. Unknowingly, the sky outside had turned dark. That's all for today. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly as he looked at the group of people before him, who still wished to continue speaking after speaking for an entire afternoon. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the crowd came back to their senses and tried to stop Duan Lingtian. Little brother, don't stop, continue. We haven't heard the end yet. What happened after that? That ungrateful Chindandan. Did she get her retribution? That's right, little brother. Hurry up and continue. I really want to know if Zhou Donghuang made Chen Dandan regret it. Little brother, hurry up and say it. I really want to know if Zhou Donghuang met his biological parents and successfully rescued them. The atmosphere in the hall was stirred up. The guests at the 3 tables all looked at Duan Lingtian, hoping that he would continue. Shopkeeper. Duan Lingtian looked at the well-dressed middle-aged man standing at the side. He was the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower and said telepathically, "At this time Cloud Tower should be closed, right?" After receiving Duan Lingtian's telepathic message, the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower finally came back to his senses. He had been so engrossed in the story that Duan Lingtian had told him that he could not extricate himself. It was as if he had become the character in the story and had gone through thick and thin with him. The shopkeeper hesitated when he heard this. However, seeing the determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said to the crowd in the hall, "Everyone, it's time for Cloud Tower to close. Please leave." Next, I will have a good chat with this little brother and try to get him to come to Cloud Tower to tell stories starting tomorrow. When the crowd heard the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower, they were unhappy at first. However, when they heard the last part, their eyes lit up. "Shopkeeper, you have to get him. If he is willing to tell stories in Cloud Tower, I will bring 5 people over tomorrow. I will bring 10 people over to listen." "Shopkeeper, I will come again tomorrow. If he is not here, I will never enter Cloud Tower again." Before the dozen or so guests left reluctantly, they all looked at the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower. As they spoke, some were tempting, some were threatening, and some were acting shamelessly. The shopkeeper of Cloud Tower did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he thought about the story that the young man in purple had told, he could understand how these people felt, because even he wanted to know the rest of the story. In next to no time, the over 10 guests in the Cloud Pavilion's main hall left, and the manager ordered the attendant to close the door before he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not conceal his identity. In his plan, he had to use his true identity. Duan Ling Tian? The shopkeeper of Cloud Tower was stunned. He felt that this name was familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it from. At the same time, in the inner room, the Linghu family's fourth young master, Linghu Yin, also had a puzzled expression. "Duan Ling Tian? I think I've heard this name somewhere before. It's him." At this time, the old man beside Linghu Yin cried out in surprise. "Grandpa Xian, do you know him?" Linghu Yin looked at the old man and asked curiously, "Boy Yin, do you remember the news that came back from Monarch Descent City several months ago?" The old man smiled. As the old man spoke, a light flashed in Linghu Yin's mind. His eyes brightened. "I remember. Several months ago, Elder Qingzhe and Cousin Chuin went to Monarch Descent City. On the way, a Hidden Fog sect disciple appeared, and that Hidden Fog sect disciple was the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. His name is Duan Ling Tian. It's him." Linghu Yin looked at the purple-clothed youth on the other side of the hall with surprise. "I never thought that his talent and perception would be so high. He even knows how to tell such an interesting story. He really is an all-rounder." When Linghu Yin reached the end of his sentence, he revealed a look of admiration in his eyes. "Boy Yin, do you believe that this Duan Ling Tian really has the intention of coming to Cloud Tower to tell stories?" The old man's deep gaze pierced through the curtains. He looked at the purple-clothed figure on the other side of the hall, a mocking smile on his face. "Grandpa Xian, you mean he has an ulterior motive?" Linghu Yin wasn't a fool. After the old man pointed this out, he immediately understood. With his status, he definitely doesn't lack the meager amount of divine stones he earns from telling stories in my Cloud Tower. It looks like he might have come for me. Hearing Linghu Yin's words, the old man turned to look at him, a trace of relief in his eyes. "If I'm not wrong, this boy probably wants to pass through and see Miss Chuin. How interesting." Linghu Yin smiled. Then he sent a sound transmission to the manager of Cloud Tower, who was still negotiating with Duan Ling Tian. "Bring him in. Tell him I want to see him." The manager of Cloud Tower was stunned for a moment, but he soon regained his composure. He smiled at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Little brother, our young master invites you in." Chapter 3731. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. He knew that the first step of his plan was a success. The Linghu family's fourth young master, Linghu Yin, wanted to meet him personally. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian stood up and followed the shopkeeper to the inner room at the other end of the hall. The shopkeeper opened the door curtain and gestured to Duan Ling Tian to enter. "Little brother, please." Duan Ling Tian wasn't courteous and walked in with a few steps. The shopkeeper did not follow him in. He even left the inner room door. After Duan Ling Tian entered, he received a telepathic message from Linghu Yin, asking him to leave. When he left, he asked the few servants standing in front of the closed door to leave as well. Instantly, in the huge hall and the inner room, only Duan Ling Tian, Linghu Yin, and the old man beside Linghu Yin were left. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had just entered and stood still when Linghu Yin spoke first. You spent so much effort telling such a story to whet people's appetites. It should be to see me, right? Fourth young master is indeed as quick-witted as the rumors say. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not deny it. For what? Just to see my cousin Chuin? Ling Hu Yin asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not intend to beat around the bush with Ling Hu Yin. Now that he heard the other party ask this, he naturally did not deny it. I advise you to give up on this idea. Ling Hu Yin shook his head and said, Ever since cousin Chuin followed my aunt back to the Ling Hu family, and after cousin Chuin revealed her beauty, there are many people who came forward to propose marriage. There were even people who asked my father to personally take action, but he was still firmly rejected by my aunt. Even to the extent that my aunt personally announced that cousin Chuin would never get married in her lifetime. Ling Hu Yin originally thought that Duan Lingtian would back off after hearing this. However, Duan Lingtian did not. I've heard this before. What? Do you think you can change my aunt's mind with the talent and comprehension you've shown? I advise you not to think too much. No one can change the time my aunt has decided. Not only my father, even the elders in my family can't change it. Ling Hu Yun continued, shaking his head. I think you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Yin, smiled faintly and said, I want to see Ling Hu Chuin, not because I want to pursue her. Duan Lingtian's words stunned Ling Hu Yin. If you don't want to pursue her, why do you insist on seeing her? You even came up with such a plan? From his point of view, Duan Lingtian's earlier actions could be said to have put in a lot of effort. However, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian actually said that he wasn't trying to woo his cousin Chuin. One had to know that Duan Lingtian had already admitted that he wanted to meet his cousin Chuin through him. I want to see her because she looks a lot like my long-lost wife. While Ling Hu Yin was still puzzled, Duan Lingtian calmly repeated what he had told Wu Feng to Ling Hu Yin. I came to the Cloud Pavilion today to ask you to bring me to see her because I want to confirm if she's my wife. It's because she looks exactly like my wife. Not only does she look like my wife, but her temperament is also the same. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. If you're worried that I'll harm her, you can ask the person next to you to keep an eye on her. If I overstep my boundaries, with his strength at the Divine Emperor stage, he'll be able to protect Ling Hu Chuin and even kill me. Before coming here, Duan Lingtian had done some research on Ling Hu Yin, the fourth young master of the Ling Hu family. He knew that although Ling Hu Yin was only a 10 Directions celestial emperor, he was protected by a Divine Emperor powerhouse. The Divine Emperor powerhouse was an old servant of the Ling Hu family. His name was Ling Hu Xian. The current clan leader of the Ling Hu family had grown up with him and treated him like a father. Ling Hu Xian had even acknowledged him as his foster father. For this reason, after his fourth son, Ling Hu Yun, lost the opportunity to become a deity because of him, he had asked his foster father to protect Ling Hu Yun. Since Ling Hu Xian had never married, he treated the current clan leader of the Ling Hu family as his own son. Naturally, he also treated Ling Hu Yun as his own grandson. Moreover, Ling Hu Yin had saved his foster son's life. Naturally, he was willing to protect him. Among the younger generation of the Ling Hu family, Ling Hu Yun and Ling Hu Chuin were the only ones who were protected by a Divine Emperor powerhouse. Moreover, there were special reasons for this. Ling Hu Yin had risked his life to save his father, the current clan leader of the Ling Hu family. As a result, his cultivation base had stagnated. As for Ling Hu Chuin, it was because she had a good mother. Little fellow, you've done your homework before coming here. You actually know that I'm a Divine Emperor, Ling Hu Xian said. Ling Hu Xian asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His expression froze for a moment before he asked, Why you've broken through to the Divine King stage? When he spoke earlier, he instinctively extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Duan Lingtian. To his surprise, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was not a higher deity, but a lower godly king. I broke through not long ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Ling Huyin. His eyes flashed. Fourth young master, if you're willing to help me, I, Duan Lingtian, will owe you a favor. Ling Huyin looked at Duan Lingtian and did not speak for a long time. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked at Ling Hu, Xian beside him. Grandpa Xian, what do you think? Ling Hu, Xian nodded. If I'm by your side, this little fellow indeed won't have the chance to play any tricks. Ling Hu Yun nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I can promise you that I'll bring you to our Ling Hu family and let you meet cousin Chuin. However, other than the favor you owe me, I also want to know the follow-up to the long story you told me later. The Great East Royal Emperor. If it's not convenient for you to tell me, you can record it in a memory jade slip. I'll slowly read it myself. I also want to know how the main character of the story, Zhou Donghuang, killed Qin Dandan, who betrayed his adoptive mother, Lin Lan. I also want to know if he changed the fate of his biological parents after he returned 1,000 years ago. Ling Huyun said, No problem. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. I'll record the memory jade slip for you after I meet Ling Hu Chuin. As for the favor, you can ask me for it at any time. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Of course, your request can't go against my principles. When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian added, This was to prevent Ling Hu Yin from asking for too much and asking him to do something that went against his bottom line. Of course, I, Ling Hu Yin, have my own bottom line. Ling Hu Yun smiled. Then the two exchanged soul orbs so that they could contact each other in the future. When will you bring me to see Ling Hu Chuin? After exchanging soul orbs, Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. If possible, he didn't want to wait a moment longer. Let's do it now, Ling Hu Yun said. It just so happens that my aunt has gone out recently and isn't at home. Only Elder Qing Zhe is by cousin Qian's side. Ling Hu Qing Zhe? Duan Lingtian frowned. Previously in Junlin City, it was Ling Hu Qing Zhe who stopped him. Otherwise, he would have already seen Ling Hu Chuin and confirmed whether she was his wife. Don't worry. Ling Hu Yun smiled and said, Elder Qing Zhe, I'll get Grandfather Xian to pretend that he has something to do and lure her away. Hearing Ling Hu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Then Duan Lingtian followed Ling Hu Yun and Ling Hu Yun out of Cloud Tower. They headed all the way to the eastern district of Ling Hu City, where the Ling Hu family's mansion was. Elder Xian, young Master Yin. When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the periphery of the Ling Hu family's mansion, they could already see the Ling Hu family's mansion in the distance. A group of patrolling disciples of the Ling Hu family stopped in their tracks and bowed respectfully to Ling Hu Yun and Ling Hu Yin. You may leave. As Ling Hu Xian spoke, the group of patrolling disciples of the Ling Hu family retreated. Even though they saw that Duan Lingtian was a stranger, they didn't say much. Ling Hu Yin and Ling Hu Xian had personally brought people over, not to mention that there was basically no problem. Even if there was a problem, it wasn't something they could control. Fourth young master, how much do you know about Ling Hu Chuin? Is she your aunt's biological daughter? Before entering the Ling Hu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Ling Hu Yin shook his head. You don't know? Duan Lingtian was startled. Isn't she your aunt? You don't know about her? When Ling Hu Yin heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Although she's my aunt, before she came back this time, I've only seen her once when I was young. After that, I only know that she went to the Divine Offering Land and disappeared without a trace. She only came back recently. When she came back, she brought cousin Chuin with her. Ling Hu Yun said, in other words, Are you sure that she brought Ling Hu Chuin back from the divine offering land? Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with desire. Yes. Ling Hu Yun nodded. This is basically confirmed. After all, she came back from the divine offering land. Didn't the spatial passage between the realms of gods close recently? Duan Lingtian frowned. How did she come back from the divine offering land? Through the realm battlefield, Ling Hu Yin said. The spatial barrier in the realm battlefield is relatively weak. As long as there's a beacon, one can open a spatial passage through the realm battlefield and go to where one wants to go. A beacon? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's also considered a divine artifact. It can store the coordinates of a realm of gods, so one won't get lost in the spatial passage. Ling Hu Yin explained. Of course, although this kind of divine artifact has no offensive or defensive capabilities, it's still extremely difficult to refine. It can be considered a high-quality divine artifact. Even in our Ling Hu family, there are only 2 such divine artifacts. The one in my aunt's hands is one of them. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If this was the case, it would explain how the second miss of the Ling Hu family returned to the Xiangang land from the divine offering land. Chapter 3732. Ling Hu Chuin is confirmed to be from the world of divine remains. Also, I'm not sure if she's the daughter of the former second miss of the Ling Hu family. Duan Lingtian's heart was burning when he heard these 2 points from Ling Hu Yin. In this case, the possibility of Ling Hu Chuin being Kerr was even greater. Because of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at the Ling Hu family's mansion in front of him. Duan Lingtian, follow me to my residence first. I'll ask Grandpa Xian to look for Elder Qing Zhe and lure him away. After that, I'll bring you to see Cousin Chuin. If I'm alone, even if Elder Qing Zhe is here, he won't stop me from getting close to Cousin Chuin. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to. After entering the Ling Hu clan's estate, Ling Hu Yin said to Duan Lingtian, last time your actions in Monarch Descent City could be said to have made Elder Qing Zhe remember you. If she were to see you, even if I wanted to help you, I would be unable to. I'll listen to 4th young master's arrangements. Duan Lingtian nodded. To him, being able to see Ling Hu Chuin was the most important thing. As for the process, it was not important. Grandpa Xian, I'll have to trouble you from now on. When Ling Hu Yin saw Duan Lingtian nodding, he turned to look at Ling Hu Xian, who was standing next to him. Ling Hu Xian nodded and headed in another direction. It was obvious he was going to look for Ling Hu Qing Zhe. As for Duan Lingtian, he returned to the latter's residence with Ling Hu Yin. Duan Lingtian, although Cousin Chuin's origin coincides with your wife in many aspects, I still have to remind you that she might not necessarily be your wife. After returning to his residence, Ling Hu Yin said to Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. 4th young master, as long as you help me see her and let me confirm it in person, even if she's not my wife, I won't go back on my promise to you. 4th young master. I, Ling Hu Yin, am quite good at judging people. I'm not worried that you'll go back on your word. Ling Hu Yin shook his head and said, I just want you to be mentally prepared. I don't want you to be too disappointed when the time comes. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. A moment later, before Ling Hu Xian's news arrived, Duan Lingtian thought of something. He looked at Ling Hu Yin and asked, 4th young master, does that cousin of yours show any signs of amnesia? Amnesia. Ling Hu Yin was startled at first. Then he shook his head. I can't say for sure. After all, she and I only greeted each other. We didn't even chat. All these years after she came to the Ling Hu family, she spent most of her time in her own courtyard and rarely came out. Although Ling Hu Yin's words made Duan Lingtian somewhat disappointed, it at least showed that Ling Hu Yin could not confirm that Ling Hu Chuin had not lost her memory. Under such circumstances, there was a very high possibility that Ling Hu Chuin had also lost her memory. As for whether or not he had amnesia, he would have to wait until he saw the other party and confirmed it himself. Sit down and wait for news. Ling Hu Yun gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit down at a stone table in his courtyard. Then he smiled and asked, Duan Lingtian, I heard that you entered the Hidden Fog sect not too long ago. Moreover, you entered the Hidden Fog sect through Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now that he was in the Ling Hu family, he wasn't as anxious as before. This was because he knew that he would soon see Ling Hu Chuin. At that time, he would be able to personally confirm. Was Ling Hu Chuin really his wife, Kerr? You entered the Hidden Fog sect not too long ago, so I presume you don't have any feelings for the Hidden Fog sect. Are you interested in joining our Ling Hu family? Our Ling Hu family can honor you as a consecrator and allow you to enjoy the treatment of a divine emperor-level consecrator? Ling Hu Yan's eyes flashed with anticipation as he bluntly asked. He had also heard of Duan Lingtian's deeds. He knew that Duan Lingtian was the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. And now he had stepped into the Divine King realm, a Divine King powerhouse that was less than 3,000 years old. For such a character, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he was destined to rise up in the future. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a divine emperor. In fact, even the divine emperor realm might not be the end of his life. Thus, he couldn't help but open his mouth and try to poach Lin Yun from the Hidden Fog sect. Facing Ling Hu Yan's attempt to win him over, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Fourth young master, if the Ling Hu family was a divine emperor-level family, I would definitely agree, but unfortunately the Ling Hu family isn't. I'll tell you the truth. I won't be staying in the Hidden Fog sect for too long. My next goal is to enter the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was the divine emperor-level sect behind the Ling Hu family, the Hidden Fog sect, and the Myriad Demon sect. Ling Hu Yun wasn't surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. Even if you become a consecrator of our Ling Hu family, we won't force you to stay in the Ling Hu family. In fact, we can strongly recommend you to enter the Tianlong clan. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian was moved by Ling Hu Yun's words. As for whether or not Ling Hu Yun's promise could be fulfilled, he didn't doubt it. This was because this was the most beloved son of the current head of the Ling Hu family. Even if this was his own decision, the current head of the Ling Hu family wouldn't deny him face. Moreover, with the achievements he had displayed so far, the Ling Hu family wouldn't miss out on the chance to befriend him. I entered the Hidden Fog sect because the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, who is also the vice sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, Morong Suifeng, personally recommended me. Dean Morong has shown me great kindness. I can't betray the Hidden Fog sect just because I want to enter the Ling Hu family, Duan Lingtian said. That's too much of a pity. Ling Hu Yun sighed. Of course, it's not impossible for me to enter the Ling Hu family, Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Hu Yun's eyes brightened. He immediately said, Duan Lingtian, as long as you are willing to join the Ling Hu family, I won't ask for the favor you promised me before. As soon as Ling Hu Yun opened his mouth, he used the price of giving up the favor he owed Duan Lingtian to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Ling Hu family. That's a separate matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I will definitely return the favor I owe you. As for letting me join the Ling Hu family and have the Ling Hu family recommend me to enter the Tianlong clan, or even the Ling Hu family faction within the Tianlong clan. But the premise is that your Ling Hu family must send someone to follow me back to the Hidden Fog sect to protect me. A thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was a fun thought. Perhaps he didn't need to follow Wu Feng's suggestion and become a secret disciple of one of the two highest protectors of the Hidden Fog sect. Then he wouldn't have to fear Elder Thunder's disciple Long Shao, making things difficult for him, or even Elder Thunder targeting him. Go to the Hidden Fog sect? Protect you? Ling Hu Yin didn't understand. What was going on? Weren't you a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? You want to return to the Hidden Fog sect, and you want our Ling Hu family to send someone to protect you? Are you sure you aren't teasing me? It's like this. Duan Lingtian didn't hide anything from Ling Hu Yin. He spoke of the conflict between him, Long Shao, and Shangguan Xiongfeng. If I return to the Hidden Fog sect, Long Shao definitely won't let me off so easily, although I don't fear him. Elder Thunder behind him isn't someone I can deal with. Moreover, because I don't need to take anyone in the Hidden Fog sect as a teacher, it will be difficult for me to find shelter. Of course, if I return to the Hidden Fog sect and display a strength greater than Long Zhao's, perhaps Elder Yin and Elder will be willing to accept me as a secret disciple. I originally thought that after returning, I would defeat Long Shao and become Elder Yin or Elder Wu's secret disciple to seek shelter. But now, you've invited me to join the Ling Hu family. You've undoubtedly given me another choice. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. You said you can defeat Long Shao now? Ling Hu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. Of Duan Lingtian's words, this was the point he was most concerned about. Who was Long Shao? He was one of the top 5 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle god king, he had the strength to defeat an ordinary upper god king. Even some of the inner elders of the Ling Hu family might not be Long Zhao's match. The inner elders of the Ling Hu family were equal to the inner elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They were both upper god kings. But now, Duan Lingtian said he could defeat Long Shao. This Duan Lingtian was only a lower god king, right? If Duan Lingtian could defeat Long Shao, then he could also defeat the inner elders of the Ling Hu family. Moreover, he could defeat the majority of the inner elders. It had to be known that Duan Lingtian was only a lower god king. Moreover, he wasn't even 3,000 years old. Facing Ling Hu Yin's question, Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he hadn't fought Long Shao since he broke through to the lower god king realm, he had an approximate understanding of Long Zhao's strength and hidden cards. Even if he held back, he could still defeat him. I will have to speak with my father about this. Ling Hu Yin responded with a dignified expression. Then he sent a message to his father. After a moment, Ling Hu Yin looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashing. Duan Lingtian, my father asked me to bring you over. He wants to speak with you personally. All right. In any case, he had to wait for Ling Hu Xian's reply. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. Led by Ling Hu Yin, Duan Lingtian arrived at a grand hall in the Ling Hu family's mansion. When they entered, there was already a person sitting at the head of the hall. As this person saw him and Ling Hu Yin enter, he immediately stood up. This was a tall, middle-aged man. He wore a silver robe that accentuated his nobility. He had a scholarly and handsome face and gentle eyes. He gave off a feeling like a spring breeze. Duan Lingtian, this is my father, Ling Hu Renjie. After leading Duan Lingtian into the hall, Ling Hu Yin immediately introduced the silver-robed, middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. Then he introduced Duan Lingtian to his father, the current head of the Ling Hu family, Ling Hu Renjie. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your great name. Ling Hu Renjie smiled at Duan Lingtian. Then he gestured for Duan Lingtian to take a seat before sitting back down. His refined and courteous attitude made people feel very comfortable. Chapter 37-33. It had to be said that Ling Hu Renjie gave Duan Lingtian a very good first impression. For better or worse, this person was the current patriarch of the Ling Hu family, and the Ling Hu family was a divine emperor-level family. Their background and strength were no weaker than the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 Demon sect. For Ling Hu Renjie to treat him like this was extremely rare. Of course, he also knew that a large part of the reason why Linghu Renjie was so polite to him was because he had told Linghu Renjie that he could enter the Tianlong clan through the Linghu family and become a member of the Linghu family. Just like how the Hidden Fog sect was divided into many factions, the Tianlong clan was also divided into many factions. People from various divine emperor-level influences that were vassal to the Tianlong clan had formed factions with people from their original influences. And the reason they did this was not only to better survive in the Tianlong clan, but also to strive for greater benefits. Where there were people, there would be struggles. And when there was a conflict of interest, the stronger side would often obtain the greatest benefits. Duan Lingtian joining the Tianlong clan's Linghu family faction was a good thing for the Linghu family's faction in the Tianjin clan and the Linghu family. This was because the value that Duan Lingtian displayed in the Linghu family far surpassed the value that he displayed in the Hidden Fog sect. If he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, then as long as he defeated Long Shao in broad daylight with his lower God King cultivation, he would become the most important target of the Hidden Fog sect. In this sort of situation, unless one of the several strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect wanted to deal with him, no one would be able to touch him. But he had formed a considerable grudge with Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. It could be said that he was on the opposite side of two of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 grand elders. If he returned to the Hidden Fog sect and wanted to live, there was only one path he could take. Just as Wu Feng suggested, he would become a disciple of one of the other 2 grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. That way he would be protected. But now, in the Linghu family, he saw another path to take. He wouldn't betray the Hidden Fog sect. But if the Hidden Fog sect couldn't tolerate him, then he could just leave. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Linghu family could provide him with protection. Otherwise, if he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he would either die or become a secret disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Cloud or Elder Wu and obtain their protection. Patriarch Linghu, I've long heard of your great name. Duan Lingtian replied politely after he sat down. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, smiled. I like to get straight to the point. He has already passed on what you and Yun said to me. Then, as long as you can show strength that surpasses the core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder, our Linghu family will send a Grand Elder to accompany you back to the Hidden Fog sect to protect you. How about it? Linghu Renjie smiled and asked. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already guessed this. He needed to show his value in order for the Linghu family to agree to his request. Father, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian answered and entered the main hall, a figure had already walked slowly into the main hall from outside. It was a young man with a tall and sturdy figure. He wore green clothes, had a robust appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a sharp gaze. Third brother. When this youth walked in, Linghu Yun, who was sitting beside Duan Lingtian, had already brightened. At the same time, he greeted this person. Fourth brother. At this time, the youth also saw Linghu Yun. He faintly smiled at him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned who this person was. He was the third son of the Linghu family's current head, Linghu Renjie. Linghu Jun was also one of Linghu Renjie's sons. He was the one with the highest talent and perception. Before he was 10,000 years old, he was already a middle god king. Moreover, he was stronger than most of the Linghu family's inner elders. He was also the number 1 core disciple of the Linghu family. Among the core disciples of the Linghu family, there were also upper god kings, but they weren't his match. Most importantly, when Linghu Jun was still a lower god king, he had once fought with a lower god king of the Hidden Fog sect, Shengguan Xiongfeng. After 100 moves, he defeated his opponent. Moreover, Linghu Jun was 2,000 years younger than Shengguan Xiongfeng. Now, many people said that if Linghu Jun wanted to defeat Shengguan Xiongfeng, he wouldn't need 100 moves. Duan Lingtian, this is my useless third son, Linghu Jun. At this time, Linghu Renjia looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled as he introduced Linghu Jun, hearing Linghu Renjia's words. Duan Lingtian's lips twitched. He shook his head and said, "Family head Linghu, I've already heard of the third young master's reputation, of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. No one dares to say they can defeat him. In fact, of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, there might not be anyone who can fight him to a draw. Shangguan Xiongfeng could be ranked in the top 3 of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect." According to what Duan Lingtian knew, even the number 1 ranked person could only suppress Shangguan Xiongfeng. It wasn't enough to defeat him. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjia's eyes narrowed. His lips curved up in a smile. After all, no matter how outstanding Linghu Jun was, he was still his son. As a father, he felt proud. "Duan Lingtian, you understand my third son quite well." Linghu Renjia smiled and said, "Didn't you say you have the strength to defeat Long Shao? If you can last 30 moves against my third son, that is enough to prove you have the strength to defeat Long Shao." "How about it?" Linghu Renjia asked. "Sure," Duan Lingtian nodded. He also wanted to experience the methods of this famous Linghu family's third young master. "Enter my small world in my body." As Linghu Renjia spoke, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun. Even Linghu Yun followed him into Linghu Renjia's small world. Linghu Renjia planned to have Duan Lingtian and his third son fight in his small world. As a divine emperor powerhouse, Linghu Renjia's small world was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. Now Duan Lingtian, Linghu Jun, and Linghu Yun were standing high in the air above a desert. However, Linghu Yun was quickly pulled far away by an unintentional force. All he could do was watch Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun from afar. At this time, Linghu Jun's figure had already flashed far away, facing off against Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your great name. You are the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Many people say that you are the second Shui Haichuan of the Hidden Fog sect." Linghu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian, his expression solemn as he spoke. "The second Shui Haichuan." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I only want to be myself. I don't want to be someone else's shadow. You are confident enough." A rare smile appeared on Linghu Jun's solemn face. "I heard from my father that you have already broken through to the lower God King realm. Moreover, you are confident you can defeat the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple, Long Shao. That Long Shao, although I haven't fought him before, I am confident I can defeat him within 10 moves. If you want to defeat him, you must have the strength to withstand at least 30 moves from me." As his voice fell, Linghu Jun's eyes shined with a strong confidence in his own strength. "Then please enlighten me." Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Linghu Jun's eyes narrowed as he heard this. Strong winds began to wreak havoc around his body. Bursts of blue astral winds twined around him, making him seem as if he were caught in a fierce and vast hurricane. And with the slightest movement of his body, waves of wind blades appeared, as if they could cut through all things. It was clear that Linghu Jun excelled in the wind laws. Even though Duan Lingtian had already become a lower god king, and his strength was incomparable to the past, he still felt waves of pressure from Linghu Jun's body. This Linghu Jun, even if he hasn't comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the wind laws, he must have grasped the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the wind laws. Moreover, the strength of his bloodline shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Shangguan Xiongfeng. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't fought Shangguan Xiongfeng before, he still had a certain understanding of Shangguan Xiongfeng's strength. For Linghu Jun to be able to defeat Shangguan Xiongfeng despite being 2,000 years younger than him One could only imagine his talent, comprehension, and strength. Of course, despite feeling the pressure, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Around Duan Lingtian, waves of spatial storms raged as if they could shatter the void. Sharp spatial blades could be vaguely seen in the surroundings, swaying in the void. It seemed as if they could cut the void at any time. Wong, 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 accompanied by the sound of a saber ringing. 9 spatial rifts appeared in the void. The dimensional slash shot out from behind the spatial rifts, revealing a sharp aura that caused people to shudder in fear. Father, do you think Duan Lingtian can withstand 30 moves from third brother? Linghu Yun asked in a low voice. Although his father, Linghu Renjie, was not by his side, this was his father, Linghu Renjie's little world. Therefore, even if he spoke in a low voice, his father, Linghu Renjie, could still hear him clearly. If he's not boasting, then it should be fine. Linghu Renjie sent a voice transmission to Linghu Yin. Moreover, although this is the first time we've met, based on the confidence he's showing, I can't help but believe his words. He shouldn't be boasting. As soon as Linghu Renjie finished speaking, Linghu Jun had already made his move. As someone who specialized in the law of wind, Linghu Jun was best at speed and offense. He was not good at defense. As soon as he made his move, he attacked like a storm toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh, swoosh. In the face of the overwhelming wind blades and the threads that seemed capable of cutting through anything, Duan Lingtian took his time to mobilize the energy of the law of space to form a layer of defense around him. As soon as his defense shattered, his figure swayed and disappeared from where he was standing. Chapter 37-34. Linghu Jun was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian teleporting away. He continued to fly up and occupied the high ground. Over there. After locking onto Duan Lingtian's location, Linghu Jun once again chased after Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. His storm-like attacks took a turn and swept out again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity many times. Every time he used the teleportation profundity, the distance between him and Linghu Jun continued to shrink. It was apparent it did not take long before Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity could no longer catch up with Linghu Jun's speed. Duan Lingtian's divine power was only that of a lower divine king after all. His cultivation base was 1 level lower than Linghu Jun's. Even if the law of space that he displayed did not belong to the law of wind that Linghu Jun had comprehended, he was still at a disadvantage. 30 moves. Duan Lingtian secretly smiled when he thought about the test that Linghu Renjie had set for him. If he displayed the space sword principle and control Tao that he had just mastered, Linghu Jun might not be a match for him even if he used his bloodline power. However, Duan Lingtian knew that he still needed to keep a low profile. It would be fine if he could fight Linghu Jun to a draw. However, based on the strength that he had displayed so far, it would undoubtedly be difficult for him to fight Linghu Jun to a draw. Therefore, Duan Lingtian displayed the law of space again, fusing the 8 profound meanings of the law of space with the 3 profound meanings in various forms. The fusion of the 3 profound meanings of the law of space manifested his divine power. Coupled with the integration of the fledgling form of the sword principle, his power was a whole level stronger than before. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, Duan Lingtian no longer teleported to dodge. Instead, he faced Linghu Jun's attacks head-on. Compared to Linghu Jun's attacks, his current attacks were not weak either. Therefore, after a series of attacks, more than 10 moves had passed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun were evenly matched. So strong! In the distance, Linghu Yin looked at everything in front of him with shock in his eyes. If third brother doesn't use his bloodline power, I'm afraid he'll only be able to fight to a draw with him at most." As if responding to Ling Huyin, Ling Hu Renjie's voice sounded out in Ling Huyun's ears. "The strength he has displayed so far is likely no weaker than the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Thunder's disciple, Long Shao, who is using his full strength and also using his bloodline. However, if that's all he's capable of, your third brother will be able to take him down in 10 moves if he activates his bloodline power." From Ling Hu Renjie's tone, it was clear that he was very confident in his third son, Ling Hu Jun. It said that he came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm. He's not a native of the realms of gods. Therefore, he doesn't have any bloodline power to rely on. Ling Hu Yun sighed. "I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than 30 moves." Just as Ling Hu Renjie and Ling Hu Renjie had calmed down and were no longer conversing with each other, whoosh! In the field, Ling Hu Jun's figure flashed, and he had already retreated far away. "Duan Lingtian." Ling Hu Jun's eyes were filled with respect when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. "You're definitely the strongest primitive god king I've ever seen. You're able to fight me to a draw, even with your cultivation base as a primitive god king. In fact, even in the Heavenly Dragon sect, the number of people who can fight with me to such an extent as a lower god king can be counted on one hand. Unfortunately, as someone who came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm, you don't have any bloodline power to rely on. Now, I'll show you the power of my bloodline." As soon as Ling Hu Jun finished speaking, a layer of purple lightning appeared on the green energy around his body. It was as though the law of thunder was attached to his body. It was almost impossible for something like this to happen. However, it did happen. Generally speaking, different laws could not be used at the same time, whether it was in the mundane realms, the Devata realms, or the realms of gods. Even the strongest powerhouses in heaven and earth could only use one law when they attacked. They could not use 2 laws at the same time. It was as though this was the law of heaven and earth that no one could break. No, he didn't use the law of lightning. It's the power of his bloodline. It's the power of lightning that fused into his law of wind. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He was certain the green wind around Ling Hu Jun was surrounded by the lightning force transformed from his bloodline energy. However, when Ling Hu Jun attacked again, Duan Lingtian witnessed how terrifying his bloodline power was. When Duan Lingtian's bloodline energy merged with the law of wind, it gave birth to lightning. Although the force of wind and thunder was not comparable to the fusion of the 4 profundities from the law of wind, it was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's profundity. Ling Hu Jun's bloodline power had raised his law of wind to a whole new level. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was able to fight Ling Hu Jun, who had a higher cultivation base than him, to a draw with his advantage of the law of wind and the rudimentary sword Dao. However, now that Ling Hu Jun had unleashed his bloodline power, his law of wind was no weaker than the law of space. Although he had the rudimentary sword Dao, it was still difficult for him to overcome the gap in their cultivation bases. The difference between a primitive god king and a medium god king was too great. "It's time to show my trump cards. What should I show?" Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn when Ling Hu Jun attacked again with his bloodline power. He still had many trump cards. However, at the very least, he could not use his divine weapon. After all, his opponent did not use any divine weapon. If his opponent did use a divine weapon, he would have to use a high-grade divine weapon to suppress his opponent. Moreover, even if he took out an ordinary high-grade divine artifact, and the other party didn't have one, Ling Hu Renjie, the Ling Hu family patriarch, might lend his own high-grade divine artifact to Ling Hu Jun. With the Ling Hu family's wealth, they could afford to take out a few ordinary high-grade divine weapons. As for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he could not use it. If it was exposed, the head of the Ling Hu family would be the first to kill him and take the 7 orifices exquisite sword away. The pine willow divine tree? Duan Lingtian thought of the divine image projection that he had mastered in the past. His eyes flashed, but he did not activate the divine image projection of the pine willow divine tree. If he wanted the divine image projection of the pine willow divine tree to help him, he would have to open his little world and let the divine tree of life help him. However, if he opened his little world, the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, might discover the secrets in his body. The 5 high-level, 5 divine element spirits were still recovering their vitality in the small world inside his body. Basic mastery of the sword Tao, embryonic form of the Tao of control, and the fusion of the 4 profundities from the law of space. Which one should I show? Currently, Duan Lingtian was only left with these 3 options. Finally, under the pressure of Linghu Jun's attack, he raised his hand and formed a sharp sword ray with his spatial energy. He chose to use the sword Tao that he had just mastered. It should be noted that this was the first time he had shown his sword Tao in front of others since he came to the mystic gangland in the realm of gods. In the past, he had only shown the embryonic form of the sword Tao. However, there was no need to hide it now. The sword ray flashed. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword, and thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions. They almost filled Linghu Renjie's little world. It was as though his sword energy could travel 30,000 miles, and his sword ray could freeze 19 provinces. After Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only did Linghu Jun lose his advantage, but even fell into a disadvantageous position. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword ray flashed, and a strand of Linghu Jun's hair was sliced off. A faint sword scar appeared on his handsome face. A trickle of blood seeped out, but it did not flow down. The depth of the wound was just right. I've lost. Linghu Jun sighed. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He thought he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in 10 moves after activating his bloodline power. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat him in just 2 moves. Duan Lingtian's first sword had crushed his attack. The second sword had cut off his hair and left a faint sword scar on his face. If Duan Lingtian had wanted to kill him, the second sword would have killed him. Sword Tao. You've mastered the sword Tao. Just as Linghu Jun finished speaking and Linghu Yin was stunned, Linghu Renjie's voice suddenly sounded from all directions. It reverberated in his small world, and his tone was filled with shock and astonishment. Mastering the sword Tao and the embryonic form of the sword Tao were 2 completely different concepts. The latter was just a seed. The former was the manifestation of a germinated seed, and its power was incomparable. If Duan Lingtian had to rely on the advantage of the law of space and the embryonic form of the sword Tao to catch up with the difference in divine power between a lower and lower celestial king and a middle celestial king, then Duan Lingtian could surpass the difference between a lower celestial king and a middle celestial king with the sword Tao alone. The sword Tao was the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone could master it. Some god emperors and even ultimate gods did not master any of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. However, Duan Lingtian, a lower celestial king who was not even 3,000 years old, had mastered the sword Tao. The embryonic form of the sword Tao could be attributed to luck. However, the sword Tao was completely dependent on talent and comprehension. Sword Tao. Linghu Jun had already guessed it earlier. Now that he heard his father's words, he confirmed it immediately. After confirming it, the shock in his eyes became even more intense. As for Linghu Yin, he was even more shocked. Duan Lingtian, other than the 3 of us, is there anyone else who knows that you've mastered the sword Tao? Linghu Renjie's human figure solidified in his little world. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked urgently. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've only recently mastered the sword Tao. This is the first time I've shown it. Linghu Renjie's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good. Very good. Chapter 37-35. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie restrained the joy on his face. He looked at Duan Lingtian once more and said with a solemn expression, "From today onwards, unless necessary, try not to use your sword Dao. Otherwise, I fear that someone will kill you out of jealousy and kill you in the cradle." Throughout the entire Tonglung province, I have never heard of anyone who has grasped any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. At most, there are some people who have grasped a seed of one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Of course, there is no lack of people who have grasped it but have hidden it away. But there are very few people who have grasped it. Linghu Renjie's words could be considered as protecting Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was stunned as he heard Linghu Renjie's words. He naturally knew that a trump card like the sword Dao couldn't be easily exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only revealed the elementary form of the sword Dao in the hidden fog sect. However, he was still surprised that Linghu Renjie told him to hide it. This was because Linghu Renjie was protecting him. It had to be said that at this moment Duan Lingtian was moved. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally solemn face revealed a smile. "When you return to the Hidden Fog sect, let me know. I will have my Linghu family's high elders hung, and Huan accompany you to the Hidden Fog sect. With them here, even if the Hidden Fog sect's high elders Feng, Lei, Yun, Wu, they won't be able to stop you." As Linghu Renjie spoke, his face was filled with confidence. Heng and Huan, 2 of the Linghu family's 3 high elders, were also the strongest pillars of the Linghu family. These 2 high elders were twin brothers. One was called Linghu Heng, and the other was called Linghu Huan. At first glance, their names were the same. Of the 2 of them, neither one of them was weaker than any of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders. If the 2 of them joined forces, then even if the 3 people from the Hidden Fog sect joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. If the 2 of them joined forces, then as long as they wanted to escape, not even the Hidden Fog sect's wind, thunder, cloud, mist sect's 4 great elders would be able to stop them. When Duan Lingtian heard Linghu Yun's voice, he became familiar with the Linghu family's elders Heng and Huan. "Thank you, Patriarch Linghu." Duan Lingtian bowed and thanked Linghu Renjie. At the same time, he solemnly said, "This time, if the Hidden Fog sect cannot tolerate me, then I will return to the Linghu family with Elder Heng and Elder Heng. At that time, as long as the Linghu family doesn't betray me, then I, Duan Lingtian, will not betray the Linghu family." Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart that the reason Linghu Renjie took such good care of him was entirely because of his potential. Linghu Renjie knew that the Linghu family couldn't tolerate him. But if he was recommended by the Linghu family to enter the Tianlong clan and become a member of the Linghu family faction, then this would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the Linghu family. As the current patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie was a smart person. He had his own considerations. "With your words, my efforts have not been in vain." Linghu Renjie smiled. "Fourth young master, is there any news from Elder Xian?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. He looked at Linghu Yun and asked, Duan Lingtian's question naturally attracted the attention of Linghu Renjie and Linghu Jun. Both of them looked at Linghu Yun in unison. Duan Lingtian's question startled Linghu Yun. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Duan Lingtian, when you were fighting with my 3rd brother, I received a message from Grandpa Xian. Although they were in another person's little world, as long as the other person did not close off the little world, messages could still enter and leave freely. The only way to do so was to separate the lesser world from the rest of the world and transform it into a realm of gods. Under such circumstances, messages from the outside would not be able to enter, and messages from the inside would not be able to leave. Then, shall we go over now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Ling Hu Yun's words. At the same time, there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. I'm afraid there's no need to go over. Ling Hu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Xian's message is bad news. Duan Lingtian was startled. Just now, Grandpa Xian sent a message saying that he found Elder Qing Zhe. At the same time, he learned from Elder Qing Zhe that my aunt left with cousin Chuin 2 days ago. I just sent a message to my aunt, but I didn't get a reply. She might not be in the profound Handleland anymore. As for cousin Chuin's soul bead, I don't have it here. Ling Hu Yun said. When they heard Ling Hu Yun's words, Ling Hu Renjie and Ling Hu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian with strange gazes. At this moment, they even suspected that Duan Lingtian's willingness to join their Ling Hu family had something to do with their niece and cousin. They had also heard about how Duan Lingtian chased after Ling Hu Chuyen's beast carriage in Monarch Descent City. At the same time, they sighed at Ling Hu Chuyen's charm. Even Duan Lingtian, the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years, was infatuated with her. Duan Lingtian, I advise you to give up on this idea. Ling Hu Jun sighed and said, Aunt once threatened that she wouldn't let cousin Chuin marry. Even if someone asked my father to be a matchmaker, it was useless. Even if the elders stepped forward, it was useless. She was determined. That's right. Ling Hu Renjie also nodded and said, Duan Lingtian, our Ling Hu family has many beauties. Although they aren't as good as my niece, there are still a few who aren't much worse. I ask myself, my 7th daughter isn't much worse than my niece in terms of looks. If you are interested, I can betroth her to you. Of course, you can meet first. When Ling Hu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was no longer as if he was looking at a genius. Instead, it was as if he was looking at his Ling Hu family's son-in-law. Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, Ling Hu Yun had already started to explain for Duan Lingtian. Father, 3rd brother, you've misunderstood Duan Lingtian. Following that, he repeated everything that Duan Lingtian had said to him. When the two of them heard this, they realized that they had misunderstood. Ling Hu family head, can you contact your sister? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Renjie, his eyes filled with anticipation. He thought that if Ling Hu Renjie could contact his sister, he could definitely ask him to bring Ling Hu Chuin back. Let me see. When Ling Hu Renjie heard this, he immediately contacted his 2nd sister through her soul pearl. However, after a while, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. It should be as Yuner guessed. My 2nd sister should have brought my niece out of the Shengang land. Ling Hu Renjie shook his head and said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he naturally could not help but feel disappointed. However, at the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Ling Hu Renjie and asked, Ling Hu family head, can you confirm whether Ling Hu Chuin is your 2nd sister's biological daughter? In his opinion, even if Ling Hu Yun, the 4th young master of the Ling Hu family, did not know this, it did not mean that the Ling Hu family head did not know this. No matter what, Ling Hu Chuin was brought back by his 2nd sister personally. When Ling Hu Renjie heard this, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, I'm not too sure about this either. My 2nd sister has been very wild since she was young. She couldn't stay at home. Later on, she even left the Shengang land and went to the world of divine remains for tens of thousands of years. She only returned recently. When she returned, she brought back my niece. I asked her if that was her biological daughter, but she did not answer me directly. Every time I asked, she would be distracted. I felt that it was inconvenient for her to say, so after asking a few times, I did not ask again. Ling Hu Renjie said, Then, have you been in contact with Ling Hu Chuin? Can you confirm if she has amnesia? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had asked Ling Hu Renjie this question before, but Duan Lingtian still wanted to confirm it with him. Originally, I did not have this thought. However, Yinner told me about you just now, saying that my niece might be your wife. So I carefully recalled the details of my interactions with my niece. Linghu Renjie thought for a moment and said, "Speaking of which, it's strange. Not only does my niece not look like her mother, but she is also not as lively as her mother when she was young. She does not like to talk much, and she is quiet and gentle. Sometimes she even feels that her reaction is half a beat slower. At that time, I thought that she was thinking about something, but now that I think about it, perhaps her head has really suffered some kind of blow that caused her reaction to be slow. And amnesia usually means that the head has suffered some kind of blow," Linghu Renjie said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his breathing suddenly became hurried. Then he said to Linghu Renjie anxiously, "Family head Linghu, after hearing what you said, I feel that Linghu Chuin might be my long-lost wife. Please contact your sister whether you have anything to do. I want to see Linghu Chuin and personally confirm her identity. If she is really my wife, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay you generously," Duan Lingtian said with a serious face. The urgency in his tone could be clearly felt by anyone who heard what he said now. "Don't worry. I will definitely do my best to help you." Linghu Renjie nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile. "Duan Lingtian, it seems that I am not fated to receive that favor from you. However, there is no favor. I wonder if it is convenient for you to record the follow-up of that long story, East Royal Emperor, in a memory jade slip for me?" As Linghu Yin finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. "No problem." Duan Lingtian agreed. To him, this was merely a matter of lifting his hand. With his current processing speed, it would not take long for him to record the entire East Royal Emperor in a memory jade slip and give it to Linghu Yin. "Thank you." Linghu Yin repeatedly expressed his thanks. "I will give you the jade slip in 2 days." After Duan Lingtian spoke to Linghu Yin, he looked at Linghu Renjie. Linghu family head, I am preparing to leave in 3 days and return to the Hidden Fog sect. I hope you can ask Elder Hung and Elder Huan to prepare. Duan Lingtian had already made his decision. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, if the Hidden Fog sect did not accept him, he would switch to the Linghu family. Even if he had to bear the curses of the Hidden Fog sect members who did not know, he would not hesitate. The Linghu family gave him enough respect and importance. Moreover, there was something he urgently wanted to confirm in the Linghu family. If he was in the Linghu family, then once Linghu Chuin returned, he would be able to contact her immediately and confirm whether or not she was his wife. Now, all the clues pointed to this. Linghu Chuin was very likely his wife, Ker, but as long as he did not thoroughly confirm, he would not be 100% sure. Chapter 37-36. For 2 days, Duan Lingtian said that he would stay behind to record all the content of the story of the East Royal Emperor in a memory jade slip and hand it over to Linghu Yin. In fact, he was waiting more for good news from Linghu Renjie. He hoped that Linghu Chuin could return to the Linghu family again. However, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the memory jade slip was handed over to Duan Lingtian knew that he was still obsessed with it after all. "Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be anxious." When Linghu Yin received the memory jade slip from Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up. He also saw the absent-minded look on Duan Lingtian's face. In the Linghu family, he was known for his intelligence. It wasn't difficult for him to guess what Duan Lingtian was thinking. You have to think about it this way. Although you can't come into contact with Cousin Chuin yet, taking 10,000 steps back, if she's really your wife, it means that she's safe now. Linghu Yin comforted him. "She's by my aunt's side. With my aunt's many years of experience and my aunt's strength, it's almost impossible for her to encounter any danger." At this point, Linghu Yin paused for a moment. When he spoke again, There was a burning heat in his eyes. I just learned about it from Grandpa Xian yesterday. It turns out that when my aunt came back this time, she fought with Grand Elders Hung and Huan. When the two Grand Elders joined forces, even the 4 Grand Elders of the Hidden Fog sect would find it difficult to defeat them. However, they were defeated by my aunt. It seems that my aunt has made great progress in those years after she left. Now, she can be regarded as the strongest person in our Linghu family, Ling Huyun said. Ling Huyun said, when Ling Huyan's comforting words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, it made Duan Lingtian's mood much better. Yes, if Ling Hu Chuin was really Kerr, it also meant that Kerr was safe now. He didn't need to think too much about whether Kerr was safe in the world of divine remains. In addition, when Ling Huyun mentioned the strength of his aunt, the former second miss of the Ling Hu family, Duan Lingtian immediately felt more at ease. Thank you for your comfort, 4th young master. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you to come to our Ling Hu family. I still want to hear you tell stories other than the great Eastern Imperial Emperor. After some time, I'll probably finish reading the story through the memory jade slip you gave me. When Ling Huyun saw that Duan Lingtian had come back to his senses, he knew that his words of comfort had worked. He let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "All right." Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. Then he bade farewell to Ling Huyun and returned to his room. These 2 days, he temporarily stayed in Ling Huyun's residence. The next day, Duan Lingtian and Elder Hung Huan are already waiting for you outside the mansion. When Ling Huyun's voice came from outside the room, Duan Lingtian knew that it was time for him to leave and return to the Hidden Fog sect. When he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he wasn't confident, but now he had an idea. When he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he could have followed Wu Feng's suggestion and become a disciple of one of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Yin or Elder Wu, becoming their in-name disciple. However, even if Elder Yin and Elder Wu could protect him, Elder Feng and Elder Lei would at most not do anything to him on the surface. They would do something to him behind his back. At that time, even if Elder Yin and Elder Wu suspected them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they found evidence, they wouldn't really risk their lives for him against Elder Feng and Elder Lei. No matter what, they were still people of the same sect. Duan Lingtian was important to the Hidden Fog sect, but once he died, he would have no value. Elder Yin and Elder Wu absolutely wouldn't make things difficult for Elder Feng and Elder Lei, who were also pillars of the Hidden Fog sect, for a dead person. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for him, others would stop them. In the end, this matter would be left unsettled. The world was just that cruel. It was because he thought of this that he didn't immediately return to the Hidden Fog sect after breaking through to the lower God King realm. Because he hesitated. Of course, if there was no other way, he would still choose to return to the Hidden Fog sect and take the risk. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to take the risk. You are Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was personally led out of the Linghu family's mansion by the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. When Linghu Renjie called for him, Linghu Renjie was already waiting outside the door. Now, in the skies above the Linghu family mansion, the one greeting Duan Lingtian was a fat old man. The old man wore a bright red robe that set off his round body. No matter how one looked at it, it was a festive sight. The old man stared at him. Because there was too much fat on his face, only 2 thin slits could be seen. Yes, Senior. Duan Lingtian quickly responded. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the other old man beside the fat old man. This old man was about the same height as the fat old man, but he was incomparably thin, as if he were just skin and bones. However, one could vaguely see that the thin old man and the fat old man's facial features, as well as some details of their facial features, were exactly the same. From this, one could see that they were similar. However, it would be extremely difficult to tell that they were twins based on this alone. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Linghu Renjie, the patriarch of the Linghu family, had already introduced the two old men to Duan Lingtian. First, the fat old man said, "This is Elder Huan." Then the thin old man said, "This is Elder Hung, who is also Elder Huan's twin brother." Following Linghu Renjie's introduction, the thin old man also nodded at Duan Lingtian. Compared to the fat old man's kind words, the thin old man was clearly more reserved. "Granduncles, this is—" Just as Linghu Renjie was about to introduce Duan Lingtian, Elder Huan had already raised a fat hand and stopped Linghu Renjie. "Young hero, you don't have to introduce him. You've already introduced him to us 3 days ago. Go ahead and go back. With us here, we will absolutely not let anyone harm a single hair on Duan Lingtian." Compared to the extremely thin Elder Hung, who was reserved in speech and manner, the fat Elder Huan appeared to be much more cheerful and talkative. "Then, I'll have to trouble the two granduncles." In terms of seniority, regardless of whether it was Linghu Renjie or Linghu Huan, they were several generations older than him. Therefore, he would usually address the two of them as granduncles. The two of them were also the pillars of the Linghu family. Their status was lofty, even higher than Linghu Renjie, the patriarch of the Linghu family. "Let's go." Under Linghu Renjie's gaze, Linghu Huan once again waved his fat hand. Immediately, a huge spaceship appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Before Duan Lingtian could react, Linghu Huan's fat body had already flashed to Duan Lingtian's side. He placed his fat hand on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and brought him into the spaceship in the blink of an eye. "Little guy, why are you in a daze? It's time to go." As for Linghu Hung, he moved his thin body in a timely manner. His movements were like the wind as he entered the spaceship in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Then, by the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the spaceship had already flown out. Although there were images of array formations all around, they were all gray and hazy. It was impossible to see clearly. The speed was so fast that it surpassed the range of Duan Lingtian's naked eye. "Elder Huan, this is a Divine Emperor-level spaceship." Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at the fat old man who had just walked away. He was the Linghu family's Elder Huan, and asked curiously, "How is it? Can't you see the situation outside clearly?" Linghu Huan grinned. His originally small eyes were instantly squeezed out by the fat on his face. "Right now, this spaceship is hurrying at the speed of a middle god king. It will take at most half a day to send you back to the Hidden Fog sect." "Half a day?" Duan Lingtian was startled. It had to be known that the distance from the Linghu family to the Hidden Fog sect was far greater than the distance from the Hidden Fog sect to the divine abode and divine vault left behind by God Emperor Qinwu. Although it wasn't twice as far, it was close. A middle god king's speed was actually this fast? At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought about how many divine stones the spaceship consumed to maintain this speed. He couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. In just half a day, this spaceship had consumed at least several thousand taels of divine stones. Half a day, several thousand divine stones. Even if Duan Lingtian had several 100,000 divine stones in his hands, he was still frightened by such a large expenditure. Even if all the divine stones in his hands were added together, it would only be enough for this divine emperor-level spaceship to maintain this speed for several dozen days. It would be hard to even fly for 100 days. While he was shocked, Duan Lingtian also began to size up everything in front of him. The divine emperor-level spaceship wasn't much more luxurious than the God King-level spaceship that the myriad demon sect disciple Duan Lingtian had taken out before. It was clear that the grade of a spaceship didn't care about how luxurious the interior was. What mattered was speed. In the simple cabin, there were only some fixed tables and chairs. Unless the spaceship was damaged, these tables and chairs wouldn't move in the slightest. Now, the unsmiling elder Linghu Hung was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the spaceship. His eyes were closed, and it was unknown whether he was closing his eyes to rest or cultivating. As for Ling Hu Hung, he was sizing up the scenery outside with interest. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he couldn't clearly see the scenery outside. This was because the naked eye couldn't keep up. Elder Huan. After a while, Duan Lingtian thought of a problem. When I return to the Hidden Fog sect, how do you and Elder Huan plan to follow me in? Ling Hu Hung heard this and said matter-of-factly, "Wouldn't it be fine to hide in your small world?" Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard this. But on the surface, he said, as if nothing had happened, "That's one way. But if I don't have time to let the two of you out and perish, wouldn't the two of you have come here in vain? Brat, your reaction speed can't be that slow, right?" Ling Hu Hung was a bit speechless. "If you aren't confident in yourself, the two of us can go in by ourselves." And what Duan Lingtian was waiting for was these words from Ling Hu Hung. There were too many secrets in his small world. He naturally couldn't allow Ling Hu Hung and Ling Hu Hung to enter. Chapter 37. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the little world in his body was his absolute secret. Whether it was the god of life tree or the 5 divine elements, once the secrets were exposed, all that awaited him was a tragic death. Besides the strongest powerhouses, there was likely no one who could resist such a temptation. Perhaps even the strongest powerhouses might be tempted, although the strongest powerhouses couldn't use these things. That didn't mean their loved ones couldn't use them. At the very least, Duan Lingtian put himself in their shoes and thought, if he was the strongest powerhouse and had the chance to obtain these things, even if he couldn't use them, he would definitely give them to his wife, children, and parents. Hearing Ling Hu Huan say that they could enter by themselves, Duan Lingtian relaxed. Then, for the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. "We're here." As Ling Hu Huan's voice sounded out, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. He looked out of the flying ship and discovered that they had arrived in the skies above the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, Ling Hu Hung also opened his eyes and stood up. A pair of originally turbid eyes, in an instant, shot out 2 rays of light. "Little fellow." Ling Hu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally frivolous and fat face now appeared solemn. "We will follow behind you and enter the Hidden Fog sect. If no one opens the path for the Hidden Fog sect's great protective array, we will be discovered if we rashly enter. With you leading the way, we can conceal ourselves and follow. In this case, unless there is a divine sovereign nearby, it will be impossible to discover our whereabouts." Duan Lingtian nodded at Ling Hu Huan's words. In truth, he had been wondering how Old Hung and Old Man Hung would enter the Hidden Fog sect. After all, the Hidden Fog sect had an array formation that had been passed down for many years. Even with Old Man Hung and Old Man Hang's strength, they would likely be discovered if they rashly entered. Now, after hearing Ling Hu Huan's words, he suddenly realized that he had to open the path in front. As for how Ling Hu Huan and the other man followed him in, it wasn't difficult for him to guess. They must have followed him in like a shadow when he used his identity token to open the way. After Ling Hu Huan put away the spaceship, Duan Lingtian discovered that regardless of whether it was Ling Hu Huan or Ling Hu Hung, their bodies had become illusory in an instant. It was as if they had turned into ripples in the void. Water laws. In that instant, Duan Lingtian also saw that the two of them were using the water principles to hide their bodies. Fortunately, he was close to them. If he was any further away, it would be difficult for him to see them. "Go." Ling Hu Huan's voice sounded. "Don't look back, lest someone finds out." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he headed towards the Hidden Fog sect station. With the core disciple status token, he passed through the layers of array formations outside the hidden fog sect station without encountering any hindrance. After returning to the hidden fog sect, Duan Lingtian directly returned to his residence in the core disciple training area. From beginning to end, he had no intention of hiding anything. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is back? And Duan Lingtian's return attracted the attention of many people. This was because many people hadn't heard any news about Duan Lingtian recently. Many people said that he wasn't in the hidden fog sect. Moreover, many people knew that core disciple Long Shao was looking for Duan Lingtian. After all, Long Shao had been looking for Duan Lingtian in King's Descent City with great fanfare. This was no longer a secret in the hidden fog sect. As for why Long Shao was looking for Duan Lingtian, few people knew. But with Long Zhao's attitude at the time, it couldn't have been anything good. I think that Long Shao will soon come knocking on my door. After Duan Lingtian returned to his residence, his lips curved up in a sneer. Before returning, he had received a message from Wu Feng saying that Long Shao had stayed in King's Descent City for a period of time after learning that he had gone there. Moreover, Long Shao had been looking for him with great fanfare. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. He had just returned when Long Shao, who had received the news, came knocking on his door to look for him. Duan Lingtian. Long Shao hadn't arrived yet, but his angry voice was like a thunderclap that resounded through the core disciple training area. It was deafening. Instantly, numerous figures soared up into the sky. They were precisely core disciples like Duan Lingtian. This voice is its senior apprentice brother Long Shao. It's Long Shao. I heard that Long Shao was looking for Duan Lingtian in King's Descent City with great fanfare. Now that he's here, does that mean that Duan Lingtian has returned? I just asked someone. Duan Lingtian seems to have returned. When the group of core disciples came out, Long Zhao's figure had already appeared. Long Zhao's face was gloomy and his eyes were fierce. He stared at one of the core disciples' quarters, and his divine power was fluctuating as if it could explode at any time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and looked at Long Shao from afar. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior apprentice brother Long Shao, are you looking for me?" Currently, Duan Lingtian seemed as though nothing had happened, and he had a carefree expression. "Duan Lingtian, after hiding outside for so long, you're finally willing to come back?" Long Zhao's heart skipped a beat when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He frowned slightly and extended his divine consciousness to envelop Duan Lingtian. "I was wondering why you suddenly came back. So you've become a low-level divine king and have become more capable." After probing Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, Long Shao sneered. As Long Shao spoke, the crowd burst into an uproar. "Duan Lingtian, he broke through? He isn't even 3,000 years old yet, right? To be more precise, he isn't even 2,800 years old yet. Heavens! He hasn't even reached 2,000 years of age, and yet he has comprehended the space laws to such a degree. He even has the strength to become a core disciple of our hidden fog sect with a divine spirit cultivation, now that he has broken through to the lower God King realm. Even an ordinary middle God King might not be his match. You also said that he is an ordinary medium-level divine king, someone like senior apprentice brother Long Shao, who can defeat ordinary high-level divine kings, isn't a match for him." As the core disciples were discussing, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Shao in confusion. "Senior apprentice brother Long Shao, what do you mean?" "Duan Lingtian, what are you playing at?" Long Shao smirked. "Don't tell me you've forgotten what you promised me a few months ago." "What?" Duan Lingtian curiously asked, a confused look on his face. "It looks like you really didn't take my words to heart?" Long Zhao's complexion darkened. His eyes flashed with an intimidating cold light, and his tone was as cold as ice. "Senior apprentice brother Long Shao, I really don't know what I promised you. How about you repeat yourself? Duan Ling Tian asked politely with a smile on his face. Good, 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 very good. Long Shao was so angry that he laughed. It looks like after Duan Ling Tian broke through to the lower divine king realm, you are so confident in yourself that you don't even place me in your eyes. Duan Ling Tian calmly looked at Long Shao, his expression carefree. He was waiting for Long Shao to attack. Once Long Shao attacked, he would have enough reason to defend himself. At that time, even if he killed Long Shao, he would still be killing in self-defense. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog sect, he was innocent. However, what Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that before Long Shao attacked, a figure rapidly approached from afar. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. It's senior apprentice brother Shangguan Xiongfeng. Senior apprentice brother Shangguan Xiongfeng is here. The person who came was Shangguan Xiongfeng. As soon as he appeared, the eyes of the surrounding core disciples lit up with excitement. Shangguan Xiongfeng was one of the top 3 core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle divine king, his true strength was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Even if Shangguan Xiongfeng's identity as Elder Feng's disciple was ignored, he was still the target of many core disciples. Many core disciples idolized him and revered him greatly. Long Shao, you aren't afraid of him, are you? You actually called me over. Shangguan Xiongfeng smiled at the core disciples and then walked to Long Zhao's side. He sent a message to Long Shao. This Duan Lingtian has broken through to the lower divine king realm. Long Shao said in a deep voice, although I don't think he is my match since he dares to come back so brazenly, he must have a certain amount of confidence in himself. So, I asked you to help me out just in case. For Long Shao to become the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's elder lay and have his current achievements, he naturally wasn't a reckless person. In his opinion, asking Shangguan Xiongfeng to help him out was just a favor. If he were to fail miserably, that would truly be a loss of face. You are quite careful. Shangguan Xiongfeng looked deeply at Long Shao and then turned to Duan Lingtian. He lightly said, Junior apprentice brother Duan, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Shangguan Xiongfeng, did you come here to return the 2 revival good fortune pills that you stole from me in the past? Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng, his tone incomparably indifferent. What do you mean I stole your revival good fortune pills? Shangguan Xiongfeng smiled. Junior apprentice brother Duan, didn't I use a medium-grade divine artifact to exchange for those 2 revival good fortune pills? How come you are saying that I stole your revival good fortune pills? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. As Elder Feng's disciple, aren't you afraid of losing face for him? Seeing Shangguan Xiongfeng's face, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He sneered. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the smile on Shangguan Xiongfeng's face instantly froze. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to slander me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Duan Lingtian smiled. Slander? How about we swear a heart, demon blood oath in front of everyone and see just who is slandering who? I can swear a heart, demon blood oath to guarantee that everything I say is true. I'm just afraid you won't dare. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shangguan Xiongfeng's complexion to change. Chapter 37-38. As for the surrounding core disciples who didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words, when they heard that Duan Lingtian dared to make a heart demon blood oath, their hearts began to waver. Now, when they saw Shangguan Xiongfeng's complexion change, they immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. However, as they thought of how Duan Lingtian would confront Shangguan Xiongfeng, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian, did he not want to live anymore? Although Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were extremely high, and he was rarely seen in their hidden fog sect. It was a fact that he didn't have any background. As for Shangguan Xiongfeng, he was the disciple of Elder Feng, one of the 4 highest elders of the hidden fog sect. He was also Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. Today, even if Shangguan Xiongfeng killed Duan Lingtian in a rage, it was impossible for him to pay for Duan Lingtian's life with his own. At most, he would be casually punished. His status allowed him to ignore the sect's rules. How about it? Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng, his lips curling in a mocking smile. Long Shao, who was standing beside Shangguan Xiongfeng, was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. This Duan Lingtian, did he think they didn't dare to kill him? Not only did he provoke him, but he also provoked Shangguan Xiongfeng? Long Shao, I want his life. Shangguan Xiongfeng was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, he couldn't bear it any longer. After greeting Long Shao, his figure flashed and he flew towards Duan Lingtian. Long Shao was speechless. I called you here just to watch the situation. Why are you doing it yourself? However, when he thought of his purpose in coming here today, which was to kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger, he felt relieved. As long as this Duan Lingtian who had played him like a monkey died here today, it was fine. Whether he died at his hands or Shangguan Xiongfeng's hands, it was all the same. I can give you his life, but you will owe me a favor. Long Shao shouted as he looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng's back. Sure. Upon hearing Long Zhao's words, Shangguan Xiongfeng, who had arrived near Duan Lingtian, replied coldly. As for the surrounding core disciples, at this moment they only felt a chill in their hearts. These 2 people completely disregarded the rules of the hidden fog sect. If they wanted to kill someone, they would kill them. If they were in Duan Lingtian's position today, they would have died without a doubt. Moreover, after they died, the sect would not stand up for them. This was because both Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng had a master who could protect them. At this moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of pity. Deep in their hearts, they felt a sense of sympathy for him. What a pity for such a genius! Because of Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, the Hidden Fog sect will lose a genius that is no worse than Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago. The group of core disciples sighed in their hearts. In the distance, the inner sect elder, Zhang Jin, who had once led the way for Duan Lingtian and brought him here, had arrived a long time ago. He had been quietly watching everything that was happening before his eyes. Although he was the inner sect elder in charge of the core disciples' cultivation area, he should have stepped forward to stop the battle between 2 core disciples. But when he saw that one side was Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, he didn't dare to interfere. If he didn't care, he would at most be punished. He wouldn't die, but once he interfered, he might suffer revenge in the future and die without a burial ground. Thus, even though he pitted Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to interfere. He could only sigh in his heart. Duan Lingtian, why did you come back? Even if you broke through to become a lower god king, it is impossible for you to be a match for either one of them. And now, both of them want to kill you. Zhang Jin felt powerless. At the same time, messages were being sent out by the core disciples to those they were familiar with, informing them of what had happened. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Shangguan Xiongfeng had already attacked. Duan Lingtian was in imminent danger. The news spread very quickly. As an inner sect elder, Tang Chun also received the news very quickly. Horror dawned on his face immediately. How did Duan Lingtian offend Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? The last time Long Shao looked for him, was it to kill him? Tang Chun felt his scalp tingle. Heavens, Duan Lingtian's status isn't so simple. If he dies in the Hidden Fog sect, then Tang Chun didn't dare to think any further. In the past, before he went to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy and brought Duan Lingtian to the Hidden Fog sect, he had gone to a restaurant owned by a God King level family clan, the Zhong family. He had seen with his own eyes how the Zhong family feared Duan Lingtian as if he were a god. At that time, he had guessed that behind Duan Lingtian, there was at least a god-emperor level influence. And after that, he had asked the Zhong family's old ancestor many times. This was the Hidden Fog sect's old ancestor who had warned him not to move against the Zhong family. But the old ancestor wasn't willing to tell him. It was only recently that the old ancestor couldn't stand his pestering that he finally told him everything he knew. Duan Lingtian had once been together with a young girl. They were close to each other, as if they were brother and sister, and that young girl had a god-emperor powerhouse protecting her. Moreover, this god-emperor didn't seem to be an ordinary lower god-emperor. He was suspected to be an outstanding lower god-emperor, or even a middle god-emperor. It had to be known that in their Hidden Fog sect, only the 4 highest elders of the Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Fog sect could be considered outstanding lower god-emperors. As for the remaining god-emperors, they were all ordinary lower god-emperors. For an existence like the Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Fog sect's 4 highest elders to protect her, the young girl's status could be imagined. She was at least someone from a peak god-emperor level influence, or even someone from a god-emperor level influence. As for Duan Lingtian, he had a close relationship with that young girl. Crazy! This is crazy! Tang Chun's heart trembled. If Duan Lingtian really died at the hands of Long Shao or Shengguan Xiongfing in the Hidden Fog sect, it could be imagined what would happen to the Hidden Fog sect once that young girl was enraged. Granduncle! As Tang Chun's heart was shaking and his mind was blank, unable to recover for a long time, Tang Wuyan's message arrived. Hurry and go to the core disciples' cultivation area. Save Duan Lingtian. Tang Wuyan's message was filled with anxiety, and there was even a trace of sobbing in his voice. Tang Chun regained his composure. He hurriedly responded with a yes, and then rushed to the core disciples' cultivation area. He had to stop Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfing. Otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect would welcome an unprecedented calamity. At that time, unless the Tianlong clan was willing to protect the Hidden Fog sect, it would be difficult for the Hidden Fog sect to escape annihilation. Vice Sect Master Morong. As he was rushing to the core disciples' cultivation area, Tang Chun didn't forget to send a message to Morong Suifeng, the Vice Sect Master of the Hidden Fog sect, as well as the Dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He told him what had happened in the Hidden Fog sect. Then he revealed some shocking news. Vice Sect Master Morong, you also participated in Skywind City's Zhou family's auction in the past. There was a young girl with a mysterious identity who had a god-emperor powerhouse protecting her. You should remember this, right? At that time, the youth who bid for the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill in the box was Duan Lingtian. This matter has been confirmed by the Zhong family. Before the young girl's god-emperor powerhouse made a move, someone from the Zhong family entered the box and saw Duan Lingtian. Vice Sect Master Morong. I don't have the Sect Master's soul bead. Quickly send a message to the Sect Master and tell him to stop Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfing from killing Duan Lingtian. Tang Chun felt that by the time he arrived at the core disciples' cultivation area, it would be too late. So, on the way, he sent a message to Morong Suifeng, telling him to tell the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master to stop Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfing from killing Duan Lingtian. He believed that as long as Vice Sect Master Morong told the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master about the pros and cons, the Sect Master would definitely tell Elder Feng and Elder Lei to stop the disciples. At the same time, Morong Suifeng, who was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, was completely stunned when he received Tang Chun's message. What? Duan Lingtian is the young man who went missing after the young lady left the Zhou clan's auction with the Divine Emperor by her side. Morong Suifeng was stunned for a moment. When he thought of what Tang Chun said, his expression changed. He immediately sent a message to the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master. As for the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master, after receiving Morong Suifeng's message, His expression also changed. Are you sure Duan Lingtian is that person? The Hidden Fog sect master had entered the Hidden Fog sect with Morong Suifeng when he was young. So, the two of them had a good relationship and often chatted in private. Because of this, when Morong Suifeng mentioned the Zhou family's auction house to him, he also knew about the young girl who had a God Emperor powerhouse protecting her. He also knew about the young man who had a close relationship with the young girl who had suddenly disappeared. Now, after learning that the young man was Duan Lingtian and that Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were preparing to kill Duan Lingtian, his heart trembled. This matter can be confirmed by Skywind City's God King Level Zhong family. Sect Master, the most important thing now is to stop Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. If we stop them, Duan Lingtian won't die. If you want to confirm it, it won't be too late to confirm it later. Do you want to gamble? Morong Suifeng's messages came one after another, completely awakening the Hidden Fog sect master. He didn't hesitate and immediately sent a message to the Hidden Fog sect's Grand Elder Feng and Grand Elder Lei. He wanted them to stop their sect's disciples, Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, from killing Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it seems his background isn't ordinary. He once acted intimately with a young girl who had a God Emperor powerhouse protecting her. They seem to be siblings. That God Emperor powerhouse isn't an ordinary low-level God Emperor. He seems to be an outstanding low-level God Emperor. After Grand Elder Feng and Grand Elder Lei learned of this matter, they were naturally shocked. In particular, Grand Elder Lei was suddenly enlightened. No wonder that Duan Lingtian rejected me and wasn't willing to enter my sect. It seems his background isn't ordinary. We must stop Shao immediately. We must stop Xiongfeng. When the two Grand Elders of the Hidden Fog sect hurriedly regained their senses and wanted to take out the soul pearls of their sect's disciples, Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. However, they discovered that the soul pearls of their sect's disciples, Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng, had completely shattered, turning into fragments that lay quietly in their storage rings. Chapter 3739. At the core disciples' cultivation area. When Shengguan Xiongfeng attacked Duan Lingtian, the core disciples present, as well as the inner sect elder Zhang Jin, all thought that Duan Lingtian would die. Even though Duan Lingtian had displayed astonishing strength in the past and had already stepped into the lesser God King realm, Shengguan Xiongfeng's inner sect elder was much stronger than most inner sect elders. But Shengguan Xiongfeng was a core disciple whose strength surpassed most inner sect elders. His talent and perception could be ranked in the top echelons of the Hidden Fog sect. In terms of laws, Shengguan Xiongfeng wasn't any weaker than Duan Lingtian. In terms of cultivation, Shengguan Xiongfeng was superior. In terms of divine artifacts, the two of them could only take out mediocre divine artifacts at most. As for bloodline power, Duan Lingtian came from a Devata realm and wasn't a native of a realm of gods. Naturally, he didn't have it. However, Shengguan Xiongfeng had it. Of course, Duan Lingtian had accidentally comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Although it couldn't be considered a true Sword Dao, its might couldn't be underestimated. However, the embryonic form of Sword Dao wasn't enough for Duan Lingtian to overcome the gap in cultivation and bloodline power between him and Shengguan Xiongfeng. At most, the embryonic form of Sword Dao was equal to bloodline power. How could he make up for the gap in cultivation? Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Shengguan Xiongfeng flew out like an eagle and attacked Duan Lingtian. As soon as he attacked, he took out a mediocre divine artifact and attacked without holding back at all. The surrounding core disciples felt pity in their hearts. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. At the same time, they felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. The disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders usually knew their place and behaved themselves. Once they attacked a hidden fog sect disciple, it would be a nightmare for them. How dare you make fun of me, Long Shao? You deserve to die. Long Shao stood in the distance with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Duan Lingtian, it's good to have a backbone. But if you don't have the ability and still play with your backbone, then that's stupid behavior. If there is an afterlife, learn to keep a low profile. Long Shao sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, his tone full of ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Duan Lingtian make a move. He actually also brazenly attacked Shangguan Xiongfeng. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The mocking smile on Long Zhao's face grew wider. And now, the others basically had the same thoughts. Duan Lingtian, if you can survive under my hands today, I will return those 2 fate pills to you. Shangguan Xiongfeng faced Duan Lingtian and said in a cold tone. His words carried a hint of mockery, as if he had already defeated Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid, even if you want to return them, you won't be alive to do so. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they heard Duan Lingtian's reply to Shangguan Xiongfeng. Then they were shocked to see, as Duan Lingtian's divine power soared, the law of space ultimacy was further revealed. The combination of the 3 ultimacies showed that he had surpassed Shangguan Xiongfeng in terms of comprehension of the law. Then, a divine sword that caused the crowd to tremble appeared in his hand. Together with the embryonic form of sword principle, it completely suppressed Shangguan Xiongfeng's attack in a crushing manner. It should be known that now, except for the power of the bloodline, Shangguan Xiongfeng did not hold back at all. How is this possible? Shangguan Xiongfeng's calm expression changed drastically. At the same time, his whole body was surrounded by a bloody light. The power of the bloodline that he did not intend to use burst out in an instant. However, even so, he was still at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian had not made a move yet, but once he made a move, he was completely desperate. Shangguan Xiongfeng did not expect that Duan Lingtian had not used the law of space before. What was more unexpected was that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine weapon. Now, the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a high-grade divine sword. Together with the embryonic form of sword principle and his law of space, it completely suppressed his attack. Run! At this moment, Shangguan Xiongfeng realized that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. So, he decisively wanted to break away from his attack and escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, his reaction was a little too slow. Whoosh! The sword radiance, condensed by the spatial storm, swept out through the high-grade divine sword. Once it was launched, it was like a meteor in the dark, eye-catching, and difficult to blink. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword radiance shattered Shangguan Xiongfeng's attack. Then, it was Shangguan Xiongfeng himself. When the sword radiance landed on his body, it instantly wreaked havoc. The moment before his body was blown into a bloody mist by the spatial storm, Shangguan Xiongfeng's miserable and pained cry reverberated through the surroundings. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps tingle and their hairs stand on end. If you want to return it, you have to wait for me to accept it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in the air that was filled with blood mist as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At this time, Duan Lingtian stood there, proud and aloof like a sword god. This. I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior apprentice, Brother Shangguan Xiongfeng died? Shangguan Xiongfeng was one of the top 3 core disciples of our hidden fog sect. Even the strongest core disciple didn't dare to say he could kill him. Yet he died at Duan Lingtian's hands? Doesn't that mean with the strength that Duan Lingtian has displayed, he can be ranked as the strongest core disciple of our hidden fog sect? He is also the strongest core disciple of our hidden fog sect. Don't think too much about it. Do you think that Elder Feng will let him go after he killed Shangguan Xiongfeng? Shangguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. Moreover, some people say that Shangguan Xiongfeng might be Elder Feng's grandson, the son of Elder Feng's illegitimate child. The surrounding crowd of spectating core disciples were dumbstruck by the scene before them for a short moment before returning to their senses, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with astonishment and disbelief. This Duan Lingtian, Zhang Jin was also stunned. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, even if he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Although he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders, he was at most on par with Long Shao. Compared to Shangguan Xiongfeng, he was slightly inferior. No, impossible, impossible. Long Shao stood in the distance. His originally mocking smile had completely frozen and was replaced with shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Long Shao, you wanted to kill me just now. While Long Shao was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian's gaze had already landed on him. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes caused Long Shao to shiver. He immediately regained his composure and turned around, wanting to leave. His strength was inferior to Shangguan Xiongfeng's. Shangguan Xiongfeng had been killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move, so what could he do? Run. This was the only thought left in Long Zhao's mind. He only wanted to escape back to his master's place of cultivation. Then, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to kill him. At the same time, he turned around and took out his master's soul bead. He was prepared to send a message to his master to save him. No. However, Duan Lingtian's figure had teleported to block his path, and the sword light that was swinging towards him made it impossible for him to send a message. Long Shao didn't plan to fight with Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fear in his heart, even if he hastily blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, it would be futile. Boom! When the spatial storm raged again, Long Zhao's body exploded into a bloody mist, following in Shangguan Xiongfeng's footsteps. When this scene appeared, the group of core disciples who had just regained their composure fell into a daze again. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, several figures rushed to the scene. They were the first group of hidden fog sect elders and disciples who had received news of what had happened here. However, all they saw was the bloody mist floating down and Duan Lingtian's figure standing with his hands behind his back. Now, the high-grade divine sword had been stored in Duan Lingtian's storage ring. What's going on? Didn't they say that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian? Where are they? Ding Yiming, I received your message and came over. You aren't lying to me, right? The group of people who had just arrived were all dumbfounded. They looked left and right, but they didn't see Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Zhao's figures. They all felt like they had been deceived. Duan Lingtian? Tang Chun also arrived. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was safe and sound, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that his message had been effective. After a while, more and more people arrived. At this time, the group of core disciples who were originally present regained their senses. Faced with the doubts of the people they had called over, they first looked at the purple figure standing not far away in horror before they said in a hushed voice, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were just killed by Duan Lingtian. Initially, I thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Shangguan Xiongfeng, but I didn't expect him to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng instead. Long Shao tried to escape, but Duan Lingtian chased after him and killed him with just one strike. I'm afraid today's matter will be difficult to resolve. Elder Feng and Elder Lei will definitely not let this matter rest. That's right. Although Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian first, and Duan Lingtian was only defending himself, everyone knows that things are not that simple. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Duan Lingtian for not having any background. As the group of core disciples who were originally present spoke, the group of people who had just arrived was stunned again. Duan Lingtian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. When Tang Chun heard the words of the core disciples, he was also stunned. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he was looking at a complete stranger. Didn't that mean that Duan Lingtian's current strength could only be stronger than his? Killing Shangguan Xiongfeng in a single move. Even he couldn't do that. Shower! Xiongfeng! As the group of people that had just arrived were frightened, two angry old roars spread through the entire hidden fog sect station like a thunderclap. Chapter 3740. As the two angry roars spread out, the entire hidden fog sect station was in an uproar. Besides those who were in seclusion and had set up soundproof array formations, everyone else, no matter what they were doing, could clearly hear the two angry roars. Shower! Xiongfeng? Could it be Shangguan Xiongfeng? While most people in the hidden fog sect were still in a daze, there were already many figures that flew towards the core disciples training area. These people were either high-level figures of the hidden fog sect or disciples of the hidden fog sect. Even the hidden fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, was among them. What's going on? Listening to Elder Feng and Elder Thunder's angry roars, did something happen to Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? Originally, when Wu Fengyin received the news that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was very happy. He thought that Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly die and that he would be able to save some effort. This was because he also planned to kill Duan Lingtian. It wasn't just because Duan Lingtian had killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, but also because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would grow in the future and kill him in order to eliminate him by the roots. Now he could still take the initiative, but in the future he could only be passive. Now that Duan Lingtian was dead, he might be killed in the future. Of these two choices, he undoubtedly chose the former. However, he still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. When Long Shao went to King's Descent City to look for Duan Lingtian, he had also paid attention to it. He had even personally rushed over, thinking that if Duan Lingtian appeared, he would personally kill him. However, Long Shao had returned without success, and he had also returned without success. Until today, he thought it was good news. He had been waiting for news of Duan Lingtian's death to arrive. However, what he didn't expect was that what he had been waiting for were two of the four Grand Elders with the highest status and strongest strength in the hidden fog sect. The roars of the two men not only contained anger, but also a trace of desolation of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Therefore, he guessed that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were most likely finished. What's going on? Even if that Duan Lingtian has already become a lower divine king, it's impossible for him to have the ability to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Could it be that someone helped him? But in the hidden fog sect, who would dare to help him kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? At this time, Wu Fengyin, the hidden fog sect's second elder, was filled with confusion. But he was overjoyed. Once something happens to Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, it doesn't matter whether they were killed by Duan Lingtian or not. As long as they died because of Duan Lingtian won't be able to survive. Looks like I don't need to waste any effort to kill him. Wu Fengyin didn't care if Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were still alive. He only cared about Duan Lingtian's life and death. No one wished to have such an enemy with such astonishing potential. From the moment his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, was killed by Duan Lingtian, he and Duan Lingtian were destined to walk on opposite sides. At the core disciples' cultivation area, more and more people gathered from all over. In particular, after the two angry old roars spread throughout the hidden fog sect station, the entire hidden fog sect was in an uproar. Those who were originally able to sit still could no longer sit still. They all rushed over. Duan Lingtian? Tang Wuyan also arrived. She wanted to go over and look for Duan Lingtian, but she was blocked by Tang Chun. Girl, don't go over. Granduncle. Tang Wuyan looked at Tang Chun, puzzled. Did you hear that voice just now? That was Elder Feng and Elder Lei's voices. Duan Lingtian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao with his own hands. Tang Chun said in a low voice. What? Tang Huiyan was rushing over. Although the two voices were very sudden, she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety, so she didn't think too much about it. Now, after hearing her granduncle's words, she was completely stunned. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were both dead. Moreover, they were killed by Duan Lingtian with his own hands. Duan Lingtian actually had such strength? Junior brother Duan. At some unknown time, Wu Feng also arrived. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a complicated expression. At the same time, he couldn't help but send a sound transmission. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Even if you came back, you shouldn't have made such a big fuss. Moreover, after you came back, what you should have done was to defeat either Long Shao or Shangguan Xiongfeng and then become Elder Yan's or Elder Wu's disciple. You were too impulsive. Now that you've killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, Elder Feng and Elder Lei will never let you go. How will you deal with this? Although I want to help you, there is nothing I can do. Wu Feng sighed. Many thanks for senior apprentice, brother Wu Feng's concern. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Feng from afar. After greeting him with a sound transmission, he swept his eyes around. Now, more and more people were arriving. Among them, there were some familiar faces. It's the sect master. Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm. Following that, everyone's eyes turned towards the person who spoke. They saw a figure, slowly walking through the air in the distance. It was as if every inch of land was the same as the sky. In just a few steps, this figure appeared not too far away from Duan Lingtian, standing high in the air. Sect Master! Sect Master! At the same time, the group of people present bowed respectfully to the person who had just arrived. This newcomer was the Hidden Fog Sect's Sect Master, Qianin. Of course, his original name wasn't Qianin. It was just that every sect master of the Hidden Fog Sect didn't need to change their surname, but they had to change their name to Yin. This was the Hidden Fog Sect's tradition, and it was also a rule that the sect master of the Hidden Fog Sect couldn't violate. Perhaps this was just a joke that the founding ancestor of the Hidden Fog Sect made on a whim, but no one dared to violate this rule. Qianin was a tall and handsome middle-aged man. He was dressed like a scholar, and he looked extraordinarily refined. The moment Duan Lingtian saw Qianin, the sect master of the Hidden Fog Sect, he immediately thought of the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Morong Suifeng. The feeling Qianin gave him was very similar to Morong Suifeng. Even his temperament was similar. But what was different from Morong Suifeng was that Qianin had a sharpness to him. Perhaps this was because he was the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master. You are Duan Lingtian. Qianin looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes calm. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. Greetings, sect master. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Qianin and nodded. This could be considered a greeting. You killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? Qianin asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? Qianin asked. They wanted to kill me. Am I not allowed to fight back? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Hearing this, Qianin's originally calm expression finally changed a little. He immediately turned his head around and shouted in a deep voice, except for the core disciples and inner sect elders. Everyone else is to leave the core disciple cultivation area. The inner sect elders included the core elders, grand elders, and even protectors. Thus, Qianin didn't go into too much detail. As soon as Qianin finished speaking, even though the inner sect deacons, inner sect disciples, outer sect elders, outer sect deacons, and outer sect disciples who had rushed over to join in the fun were extremely unwilling, they still obediently retreated from the core disciple cultivation area. Even Tang Huiyan retreated unwillingly under Tang Chun's warning gaze. For a time, the number of people present decreased by a lot. Only a group of core disciples and inner sect elders remained. Sect leader, you ask them to leave. It seems like you don't intend to follow the sect rules and directly convict me of a crime? From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched the scene unfold with a calm expression. He didn't even stop those people from leaving. However, after those people left, he couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you saw this coming. Why did you still do that? It's impossible that you don't know that Shangguan Xiongfeng is Elder Feng's disciple, and Long Shao is Elder Lei's disciple. Qian Yin said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, at the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Deep down, he was still afraid of Duan Lingtian's identity. This was especially so when Duan Lingtian displayed his heaven-defying strength and Duan Lingtian actually had a prominent divine weapon in his possession. It had to be known that even a divine emperor-level force would only have a few prominent divine weapons without an artifact soul. For example, in their hidden fog sect, only he, the 4 Grand Elders, and a few others had prominent divine weapons. I'll say the same thing. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Yin calmly. They wanted to kill me, so I was purely defending myself. However, who would have thought that they would be so weak? They couldn't even take a single strike from me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of mockery could be seen on the corners of his mouth. Who? Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, 2 figures appeared silently before everyone's eyes, one after the other. One of them was a thin old man in blue clothes. His face was thin and withered, but his eyes were sharper than an ordinary person's. His entire body exuded a sharp aura, as if he could tear apart space with the slightest movement of his robes. The other person was a tall old man in purple robes. His purple robes were embroidered with countless bolts of lightning. His hair was snow white, but his appearance was no different from a middle-aged man's. His eyes seemed to flash with lightning as they locked onto Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Elder Wind. Greetings, Elder Thunder. As the 2 old men appeared one after another, everyone present, with the exception of sect master Qianin, bowed respectfully to them. Through the greetings of the crowd, it wasn't hard to confirm the identities of these 2 people. They were 2 of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 Grand Elders, Elder Wind and Elder Thunder. At the same time, they were also the masters of Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Elder Thunder had once sent a disciple to Duan Lingtian, intending to take him in as a disciple. But he was rejected by Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. In the crowd, the Hidden Fog sect's 2nd elder, Wu Fengyin, looked at the purple-clothed youth in front of him. His eyes and face were filled with schadenfreude. Chapter 3741. The Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders represented wind, thunder, cloud, and mist. They represented the Hidden Fog sect's strongest martial strength. Normally, if there wasn't anything important, they would rarely appear. Even for some of the inner sect elders and core disciples present, this was the first time they had seen the 2 highest elders appear at the same time. They should be worried about Duan Lingtian's background, so they should be lenient towards Duan Lingtian, right? Tang Chun looked at Elder Wind and Elder Thunder and felt his scalp tingle. These 2 weren't existences that ordinary highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect could compare with. They didn't need to worry about killing a person in the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, if that person had some great background, killing them would threaten them and even the Hidden Fog sect, then they would definitely have some concerns. You are Duan Lingtian. The thin old man in blue clothes was Elder Wind. His sharp eyes emitted a calm light as they fell on Duan Lingtian. Why did you kill my sect's disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng? Almost as soon as Elder Wind's voice fell, a powerful aura swept towards Duan Lingtian. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt a strong pressure press down on him, but he clenched his teeth and withstood it. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Wind without fear. He lightly said, "I didn't know Shangguan Xiongfeng. He blocked my path for no reason and stole my 2 revival good fortune pills. But today, when I spoke of this matter, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill me. I was just defending myself. I didn't think he would be so useless. I killed him with a single sword strike." As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Tang Chun's complexion changed. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to speak like this in front of Elder Wind. And in that instant, everyone present could clearly feel a cold wind blow through the area. It was like the temperature of the entire core disciple area had dropped by a great deal. Elder Wind's blue clothes fluttered. He coldly said, "What evidence do you have that my sex disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng, stole your revival good fortune pills for no reason? Does a heart, demon blood oath count?" Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Elder Feng as the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Heart, demon blood oath. When Duan Lingtian said that, everyone present couldn't help but glance at Elder Feng cautiously. After all, Duan Lingtian had even brought out the heart, demon blood oath. This meant that he was confident in everything he said and wasn't afraid of the heart, demon blood oath. In an instant, the cold wind at the scene became stronger and colder. Elder Feng's green robes were already fluttering in the wind. His eyes had also gradually turned sharp. "Then why did you kill my disciple, Long Shao? I heard that he didn't attack you at all. It was you who attacked him and even killed him." When Elder Feng suddenly quietened down, Elder Lei opened his mouth. His voice was like a clap of thunder. Sound waves rolled out, condensed, and pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. His body also involuntarily trembled. However, Duan Lingtian was still able to withstand it. If it were an ordinary lower god king, they might not have been able to withstand it. But he wasn't an ordinary lower god king. His physical fitness wasn't bad to begin with. In addition, he had fused with the 7 orifices exquisite sword and cultivated the pine willow god tree's divine image. The strength of the god tree of life had also tempered his body to a certain extent. Thus, let alone a lower god king, even an ordinary god sovereign might not be able to compare with him. Long Shao. Duan Lingtian's gaze shifted to Elder Lei. He faintly smiled. "Elder Lei might not know, but several months ago, Long Shao came to find me. He told me to kneel and walk 10 miles to your cultivation ground to beg you to become his disciple." There was no lack of threats in his words. I pretended to agree and left the Hidden Fog sect. When he learned that I had appeared in King Descent City, he went to King Descent City to search for my whereabouts. He stayed in King Descent City for a long time, waiting for me to show up. Today, as soon as I returned, he came looking for me, saying he wanted to kill me. Since he wants to kill me, do I have to leave him alive and give him a chance to kill me? Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian deeply looked at Elder Lei. I can take responsibility for everything I say. I can make a heart, demon blood oath. As for whether it is true or false, I'm sure Elder Lei already knows. Duan Lingtian calmly said. As for Duan Lingtian's calmness, as it fell into Elder Feng and Elder Lei's eyes, it seemed a bit unfathomable. This was because unless Duan Lingtian had some great background, they couldn't figure out where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Trying to reason with them? That would depend on whether the other party had enough cards in their hands. If Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary hidden fog sect disciple without any background, then no matter how high his talent or perception was, they would have already killed him. They wouldn't have bothered with him at all. The reason they hadn't done anything yet was because they feared that Duan Lingtian had some great background behind him. Duan Lingtian. After Elder Feng and Elder Lei exchanged sound transmissions with the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master, Qian stepped forward. He faintly glanced at Duan Lingtian. You killed Shangguan Xiongfing, and he tried to kill you. This is pardonable. But although Long Shao said he wanted to kill you, he didn't do anything. Perhaps that was just a joke. As for you, because of his words, you took the initiative to kill him. This is already a violation of the Hidden Fog Sect's rules. So, after discussing this with Elder Feng and Elder Lei, we decided to imprison you. You will be imprisoned in Elder Feng's small world. Do you accept this punishment of mine? Qian Yin, Elder Feng, and Elder Lei exchanged sound transmissions. Although the two of them wished they could kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible, they still had to consider the overall situation. Thus, they decided to imprison Duan Lingtian and not kill Duan Lingtian. Like this, if Duan Lingtian had some great background, they would naturally send a message to inform his elders to come save him. And if no one came to save Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be too late to kill him after some time had passed and take revenge for Shangguan Xiongfing and Long Shao. This, the onlooking core disciples and inner sect elders were all stunned. They had never expected this to be the result. Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Xiongfing and Long Shao, but he was only imprisoned. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian would be directly executed. How is this possible? The Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, had a look of disbelief. He subconsciously wanted to interrupt, but as he thought about how he didn't have the qualifications to interrupt in front of these three and question their decision, he immediately shut his mouth. Duan Lingtian was also stunned. He originally thought that since he had killed Shangguan Xiongfing and Long Shao, Elders Feng and Lei would definitely kill him. At that time, the Linghu family's elders Heng and Huan would rescue him. He would then leave the Hidden Fog Sect and join the Linghu family, but he never imagined that Elders Feng and Lei wouldn't kill him. Moreover, they only decided to imprison him. What was going on? Duan Lingtian couldn't figure it out. Now he carefully observed Elders Feng and Lei's eyes. It wasn't hard to discover that their eyes contained an icy killing intent aimed at him. Since they wanted to kill him, why didn't they make a move? Were they worried about something? Could it be that they had discovered that Elders Heng and Huan were hiding in the shadows? Were Elders Heng and Huan's concealment skills so poor? Duan Lingtian. As Duan Lingtian heard Qian Yin's words, he was startled. Before he could respond, a sound transmission entered his ears from behind Qian Yin. It was Tang Chun's sound transmission. The sect master and grand elders Feng and Lei have made this decision because they want to give you a chance to inform your elders. If your elders can make them lower their heads, they will definitely let you go. If they don't fear the background behind you, then you will be mercilessly killed by them. So, hurry up and inform your elders. These were Tang Chun's exact words. Elders? What elders? Duan Lingtian was startled. Elder Tang Chun, what do you mean? He didn't respond for a moment. Tang Chun was infuriated when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, it's already come to this. Don't hold back anymore. I've already obtained news from the Zhong family. Your background isn't ordinary. In the past, at Skywind City's Zhou family auction, the young girl who acted intimately with you had a divine emperor powerhouse protecting her. According to what Vice Sect Master Morong said, the divine emperor powerhouse's strength is likely no weaker than any of our Hidden Fog Sect's Feng, Lei, Yun, and Wu great elders. Previously, when I found out that Shangguan Xiongfing and Long Shao wanted to kill you, I immediately looked for Vice Sect Leader Morong and asked him to send a message to the sect leader to inform Elder Feng and Elder Lei to stop them from killing you. But I never imagined that not only were you not killed by them, but you even managed to kill them, moreover, in such a short period of time. As Tang Chun spoke, he was speechless. He had been worried that Duan Lingtian would be killed, but now it seemed that he shouldn't have been worried about Duan Lingtian, but Shangguan Xiongfing and Long Shao. So that's how it is. After Tang Chun's sound transmission, Duan Lingtian was finally enlightened. So the reason Elder Feng, Elder Lei, and even the hidden fog sect master Qian Yin hadn't executed him was because of the young girl he had met in Skywind City who called him Big Brother, Duan Chayu. It was the same as the Zhong family. The three high-level figures of the hidden fog sect all feared Duan Chayu's background. If they knew that I only met Duan Chayu by chance and didn't know what her background was, perhaps they wouldn't hesitate to kill me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, this is the sect's punishment for you. Are you satisfied? Seeing Duan Lingtian ignore him for a long time, the hidden fog sect master Qian Yin's complexion turned ugly. He even reminded him, this is the sect's bottom line. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Yin once more. His eyes were indifferent as he calmly said, Sect Master, from today onwards, I am no longer a disciple of the hidden fog sect, so I, Duan Lingtian, refuse the punishment your hidden fog sect has decided to give me. Imprisoned in Elder Feng's small world? What a joke! He naturally wouldn't agree to such a thing. He didn't have a background that Qian Yin, Elder Feng, and Elder Lei would fear. Once he was imprisoned, even the Linghu family's Huan elders wouldn't be able to rescue him. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.